Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats and the clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Father God, thank you for the great blessing it is to come before your throne this morning. As our work concludes, I ask again that you would give us peace. Peace, not necessarily the absence of conflict alone, but also your presence, Jesus, which creates a stillness within us that is greater than what's going on around us. Father, I pray that we would each be peacemakers. Peacemakers who release tension rather than intensify it, who seek solutions and find no delight in arguments. Peacemakers who calm the waters rather than trouble them, who generate more light than heat. We've been reminded by the prophet Isaiah that you will keep in perfect peace all who trust in you, all whose thoughts are fixed on you. Father, I ask that we trust you and that we fix our thoughts on you, that we might experience your perfect peace. I pray that you would cause a bond of common purpose to unite this body, and that your peace would be over the entire Kansas legislature this day. Lord, I pray today for friendly relations within this chamber. Cause each member of this body to think before they speak, aware that their words may not be easily overlooked or erased. Cause each senator to address the closing issues of this session to the best of their ability in a diplomatic and honorable way. I pray that each senator in this chamber, all who you love dearly, would have confidence in you, that you are at work, that you are in full control, and that you are in the midst of all that happens here. Because of that, dear Father, give them a sense of satisfaction and peace as they conclude this session. I pray that as you have commanded us, we would love one another as you have loved us, despite differing views and approaches to the legislation being debated. I lift up President Masterson, Vice President Schallenberger, Majority Leader Blasey, and Minority Leader Sykes to you. Bless them with your wisdom, your knowledge, and your understanding as they lead this chamber, this session, to a beneficial resolution. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So on a point of personal privilege this morning, it goes to me. We have actually a very important person in our VIP section. It's very important to this chamber. For those you might recognize Doris's face coming in and out of this chamber. She's one of our rolling clerks that has been with us for 25 years. So think of it like, think about the lineman that makes the quarterback look good but gets no glory, or the nurse that makes the doctor look good and doesn't get any glory. This is Doris and the team, right? Behind the scenes, the one that is in an office on the 4th floor behind us that you don't see, but is making you look good and making sure what goes to the governor is what we pass. It's just going to be, I think we're going to feel a loss. I know the rest of Corey and the team are going to feel significant loss. I mean, I'm amazed at the detail skill they have because I don't have it. And so grateful for what they do. So I just said we're going to have a resolution. But I wanted the Senate to recognize her and thank her for her 25 years of service and wish her the best of luck as she goes and spends more time with her husband and her kids and her grandkids and family. And we're so thankful for the service you have given us. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on H-Sub for HB 2004. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2192. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2329. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Sub HB 2346. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on S-Sub for House Bill 2501. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2513. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2596. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2739. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2652 and requests the return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2593 and requests return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to S-Sub for HB 2018 and requests the return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2482 and requests return of the bill. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 374. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on Senate Bill 462 and has appointed Representatives Humphreys, Williams, L., and Osman as second conferees on the part of the House. The House did not adopt the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on Senate Bill 157.
For an announcement, Chair recognizes the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Tax Committee will meet immediately in room 548 to consider legislation on 239, forget the numbers. There's 3 bill numbers, 2396, 2745, and 2712. Thank you, Mr. President.
On an agree to disagree, Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, on Senate Bill 462.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 462 to agree to disagree and request a new Conference Committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The second conferees on part of the Senate. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from Pottawatomie, Senator Titus, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Messages from the governor. Clerk will read.
There's a reason that regulators across the country are taking action against these so-called healthcare ministries because too often, everyday people are left with huge medical bills. These healthcare ministries aren't regulated, which opens the door to all sorts of fraud and abuse. Let me be clear, this is not about limiting anyone's ability to practice their faith freely. It's entirely about ensuring that Kansans are in a healthcare system that's reliable and actually covers their medical expenses. Therefore, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution of the State of Kansas, I hereby veto Senate Bill 368, Governor's Office by the Governor, Laura Kelly, March 26, 2026.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have legislation before us. Again, Senate Bill 368 passed this body overwhelmingly with bipartisan support. The governor didn't like the legislation, vetoed it, and that's part of the process. If the governor doesn't like something, the governor certainly has the privilege of vetoing. But an additional part of the process is then that the legislature gets an opportunity to consider, well, should we go ahead and Move this legislation forward. Let it become law, notwithstanding the governor's veto. What Senate Bill 368 is, it is legislation that allows for healthcare sharing ministries a tax deduction. They join the ranks, if you will, of health insurance, basically being treated the same. There are limitations on the subtraction modification for healthcare sharing ministries. Cannot exceed $5,000 for an individual or $10,000 for a family. I have been a member of a healthcare sharing ministries. Tamara and I have for years. We believe in them. It works great. As a matter of fact, it's my preference over health insurance. Much more freedom, a lot of freedom in a healthcare sharing ministry. So having said just a little bit, and be glad to answer questions, Mr. President, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move Senate Bill 368 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You heard the motion. Are there questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. No questions, just a couple of comments. You know, as we talked about previously, these healthcare ministry plans are just riddled with lots of problems. In fact, there are warnings out there, and other states are actually taking action to protect citizens from these programs because they are riddled with fraud and abuse. And a simple Google search will show you what typically happens with some of these. A CEO in Missouri recently collected $8 million in revenue and used only 3.1% of that revenue to actually pay claims. An Atlanta-based healthcare sharing ministry used $140 million of $300 million collected to fund a boutique airline, a marijuana farm, buy real estate, and carpet stores, all while leaving actual patients saddled with debt and bills. The basic problems with these, they aren't regulated like traditional insurance. They can deny claims based on lifestyle or morality clauses, and often require members to share similar faith-based values. While sometimes there are significant cost savings to some people, other people can, again, be denied claims. Members report having been left out, quote, hung to dry because claims were just denied because they didn't like some of our choices. Again, just do a simple Google search and you will come up with dozens of issues with these types of programs. And what strikes me is over the past 10 years, we have had a viable option available to us. Something that is regulated, something that's accepted in 40 other states, and it's Medicaid expansion. But in the meantime, we keep looking for other excuses and other Band-Aids. And frankly, this is just a very weak Band-Aid for our healthcare crisis. I would urge the body to vote no.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Senator Montgomery, you have any closing remarks?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a reminder, healthcare sharing ministries, your participation is strictly voluntary. If you choose to meet the qualifications and choose to be a part of a healthcare sharing ministry, that's your choice. Claims are denied all the time in the insurance industry. Claims are denied by government-run health providers, healthcare coverages. So those issues to me have no bearing, no concern. Again, having been a part of a healthcare sharing ministry for years and knowing hundreds of people who have been part of a healthcare sharing ministry, it is a good alternative for some to choose to healthcare or to health insurance. So with that, I guess I don't need to make any more motions. I've already made a motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Motion has been made and we are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Ellie. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Bag. Fauskado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluth. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes, do we have?
He is on his way.
We will hold. While we're waiting on Senator Johnson, is there any explanation of votes? Call has been requested. Call is in order. Sergeants will close the doors, and the clerk will call the roll.
Corson. Francisco.
Pass to no.
Haley.
Mr. President, could we have a preliminary count?
30 in favor, 7 opposed.
And for the record, to override would take 27.
The underlying bill 368 would pass, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
So that number has been achieved
Yes, sir.
already. Thank you. Mr. President, explanation of vote. I was originally supportive of 368 because I see some merit, very much so, in what's offered by these healthcare options, these ministries. However, now that it's before us, and I've passed on it once again, looking to perhaps wiser minds than mine, coming from a governor who I genuinely respect and whose analysis is perhaps far greater than my ability, and having vetoed this measure, the dilemma of supporting something but now being called upon to perhaps reject it is just that, a dilemma. That having been the case, out of the respect for a greater mind than mine, an ability than mine, rather than having been supportive of the measure, and knowing that the constitutional majority has been met to potentially override, then I vote no.
Schallenberger.
Senator Johnson, Senator Corson.
No.
Anyone further wish to explain their vote? Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. 41 other states have expanded Medicaid, while we here in Kansas in this body seem to keep looking for and adopting flimsy alternatives. The people of Kansas deserve a real option for affordable health care, not weak alternatives like what is contained in SB 368, plans that are riddled with fraud and abuse that don't cover and don't actually deliver actual health care coverage. I vote no.
Call is raised. Senator Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. My explanation of vote on healthcare sharing ministries tax deduction is that I've helped some of these folks, and we've tried to help them on the exchange, and they're middle income, so the rates were so high. So they chose an alternative where they can have something that is affordable to them, and this is an alternative. We have hundreds of thousands of people now across the country have chosen this option. And I can tell you that these are folks that are middle income, so they would never qualify for Medicaid expansion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, on her comments.
So ordered. Senator from Finney. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to join the remarks centered from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Chair will also join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage. Further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. With 30 having voted in favor and 9 against, a 2/3 constitutional majority has been achieved. And notwithstanding the governor's veto of Senate Bill 368, the motion prevails and the bill passes. We will now move to conference committee reports. First up, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp on Senate Bill 403.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senate Bill 403, first it authorizes, we're going to talk about pheasants, quail, and Delta waterfowl. With proceeds, we're going to have license plates and proceeds supporting conservation efforts and no cost to the state. Second, it improves public safety by ensuring license plates remain clearly visible. And third, the bill updates Kansas law governing commercial driver's license by clarifying the definition of conviction. All of these were overwhelmingly voted for, and we've seen these before. I stand for questions.
Yeah, do we have the motion?
I was being expeditious and forgot to make my motion. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 403.
Got the motion and explanation. Are there questions for the Senator from Leavenworth? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson on House Bill 2534.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2534 contains 3 bills. 2489 requires the Board of Education of a school district to develop fentanyl abuse education programs for students in grades 9 through 12. That includes instruction on the prevention of abuse and addiction to fentanyl and other drugs, and the awareness of school and community resources available to help with abuse and addiction issues. It would also require districts to maintain a stock supply of naloxone. Senate Bill 263 is the Student Safe at School Act that provides guidelines for conducting active shooter drills in schools. It was amended in conference by including trauma-informed to the types of designs that KSDE must include in its guidelines, and also includes language allowing adult staff members to participate voluntarily in tactical training exercises on school property after school hours. 2663 modifies the school district at-risk accountability plans that passed in the 2024 session. It was amended in conference by replacing the 3rd grade cohort with 4th grade, replacing the requirement that one cohort group consists of students who qualify for free meals, and we replace that with it has to be a subgroup that is identified for state assessment purposes. Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2534, and I'll stand for questions.
For the motion and explanation, questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Move back to the Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp on Senate Bill 321.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 321.
Please explain.
The Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 321 represents a consolidated package of transportation-related commemorative designations combining the contents of Senate Bill 321, Senate Bill 366, House Bill 2471, House Bill 2579, House Bill 2605. And if we recall, all of these were unanimous in our past conversations on the floor with the body. And these talk about bills and renaming of bridges in Johnson County, Sedgwick County, and highways along Franklin, Sumner, and Phillip County. So in reference to those different areas. Representative Robert M. Tomlinson Memorial Bridge in Johnson County, Don Schneider Memorial Bridge in Sedgwick County, Deputy Sam Smith Memorial Highway along I-35 in Franklin County, Private Michael E. Gerber Memorial Highway on K-49 in Sumner County, and Undersheriff Brandon Gady Memorial Highway on US 36 in Phillips County. There's also a technical adjustment to the 35th Infantry Division Memorial Highway to accommodate the new I-35 designation. I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Leavenworth? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We'll move back to Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson on 2485.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2485 contains the Senate version of that bill, which would authorize the Chief Executive Officer of the Board of Regents to negotiate and settle any repayment obligations arising under any scholarship, grant, or other student financial aid program administered by the board, and would prohibit the payment of additional funds to any student who is subject to repayment obligations under those financial aid programs. It also establishes clear and consistent requirements for agreements between school districts and community or technical colleges when post-secondary courses are taught in secondary schools by district employees during the school day. In conference, we added Senate Bill 340, which prohibits the funding of co-requisite courses, the remedial portion, from the Promise Scholarship. We added Senate Bill 406, which requires the governor to approve eligible workforce training programs for federal workforce Pell Grants, and 2530, which would require post-secondary institutions to adopt and implement credit transfer policies for the academic portion of the ACT Work Keys assessments or other similar career readiness assessments. The big change, Mr. President, is 517 in the Blueprint for Literacy. We amended that in conference by clarifying that the universal screening tool, which would be recommended in the Comprehensive Literacy Implementation Plan and will be implemented for the 27-28 school year. We also clarified the requirement that school districts develop individual student literacy plans for high-risk students, and that also beginning in 2027-28. Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2485, and I'll stand for questions.
For the motion and explanation, question, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just curious about 2485, although there's a lot of great work's been done, and I know conference committee is not easy, but it is worrisome when I see that bills get put, or parts of bills get put into conference committees that have never passed one floor or the other. So could the senator from Sedgwick share with the body that issue in this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that is the House Bill 2530, which is giving technical schools the ability to give credit for the academic portion of the ACT Work Keys. That did pass the House 124-0, but did not make it out of committee on the Senate side.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that, but I do believe in this bill there is language from a House bill that dealing with substitutes and training for Blueprint for Literacy that was never passed on the House side or on the Senate side. Although the issue itself may be acceptable, I'm sorry, but I had to listen to repeatedly being said in the Budget Conference Committee that we were not going to be considering, or the House, I should say, the House leadership was not going to be considering anything that had not passed one body or the other and be up for conversation in the Budget Conference Committee. And yet, when we are looking at bills here in the Senate, we see this happening with bills that, one, have never been seen on this side, and two, were never passed on the House side. I appreciate that when there's, when we see, I can understand in conference when there's something comes up and it's been passed by one body or the other. But I'm just saying, I think this is, we should be doing, carrying out the equal recognition of if the House is going to use a rule against us when it comes to conversations and work on the budget or any other bill, maybe the Senate should be doing the same thing. But there is language in this bill that is from a House bill that was never passed out of their committee, never voted on the floor, and I think it's important that the body be aware of that.
Any further questions or comments? Senator Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. President. So at first, there are many good components of this bill 2485, and I really do appreciate all those pieces. I was caught off guard a little bit about the community colleges and the compensation for the teachers that are teaching in our high schools, the community college students, and how we were going to standardize that across the state, only because there are some districts who negotiate that, not that the district gets the money, but they negotiate it and put it in their teacher contract, and then that becomes a property right, and it would become pretty problematic if they've got a 2-year contract. That dollar amount is in there, and then this bill changes that. However, good news. Our revisers assured me that those folks have been grandfathered in. So I feel very good about this bill 2485 and or CCR 2485. So thank you for the hard work of the committees that put this together. Really appreciate it, and I will be a yes. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Senator, okay, we will hold for final action. We'll now move back to Senator from Leavenworth on SB 353.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to move into railroads. Senate Bill 350. I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 353. Back to railroads. Senate Bill 353 establishes the Kansas Railroad Hall of Fame Act, creating a formal process to recognize individuals who have made significant contributions to the Kansas railroad industry and its heritage. So if you recall, this bill was unanimous. And the bill designates the Great Plains Transportation Museum in Wichita as the official home of the Hall of Fame and repository for materials honoring inductees. In conference committee, there was one change that everyone had approved, reduce the governor's appointments from 2 members to 1 from the museum board list. I stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Leavenworth? Seeing none, we hold for final action. Move to the Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich on Senate Bill 232.
Thank you, Mr. President. CCR Senate Bill 232 is a bill that in conference committee, we agreed to remove the contents of Senate Bill 232 as passed by the House and insert the contents of House sub for Senate Bill 260 as passed by the House. This is, you'll recall, the Born to Invest Act. It passed the Senate 36-4, and the House has passed the conference committee report 108-17. So the Born to Invest Act, the original bill established the act through Fed and State here in the Senate. It requires the Office of Vital Statistics to provide certain information on children born in Kansas to the state treasurer, who would be permitted then to provide information on certain government savings account programs that we've had for many years to children and their families. For example, we've got the ABLE savings account for children who are disabled. We've got the 529 post-secondary savings account. We've got the Trump savings account. So these are all wonderful opportunities for parents to be aware of, and this is a mechanism by which we can inform them. So, Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate CCR SB 232, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Move back to Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson on sub for House Bill 2731.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2731 is our Senate Bill 363, which establishes various eligibility verification requirements for the Secretary of DCF and KDH&E for certain public assistance programs. The change that was made in conference committee was to remove the quarterly redetermination requirements for Medicaid and retain the current practice and policy of annual redetermination And with that, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on sub for House Bill 2731 and will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
No questions, just a quick comment. While there were some changes made in committee that some people may view as positive, this bill still does have several complex issues, basically adding bureaucracy and red tape to our programs. So I urge the body to vote no. Thank you.
Any further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Any following, we'll hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, on Senate Bill 380.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 380 would require a retail electric supplier that provides, owns, operates, or maintains a fast charging station for direct public use to offer fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory rates and services to all entities providing similar services, and to not act in a manner that provides an unreasonable competitive advantage for the retail electric supplier's fast charging station. This bill will not apply to any fast charging stations that were constructed, provided, owned, operated, or maintained by retail electric suppliers prior to July 1, 2026, are not offered or made available to the general public and are located on the premises of the retail electric supplier and used solely to charge EV owned or operated by the retail electric supplier or the retail supplier employees, and are required to own or operate by a retail electric supplier pursuant to federal or state law or an order of the KCC. The provisions of this bill would sunset July 1, 2036. The goal of this legislation is to encourage private investment in electric vehicle fast charging throughout Kansas. It is essential for Kansas economic development to ensure that Kansas and EV drivers traveling through the state have a safe and reliable charging network with the trading, refueling amenities that drivers have come to expect through the traditional refueling network. This legislation already passed the House on a vote of 122 to 2 and passed the Senate on 40 to 0. And yesterday, the conference bill passed the House 125 to 0. Proponents of this included Triplet, Independent Energy and Convenience, Americans for Affordable Clean Energy, Charge Ahead Partnership Kansas, representing Buc-ee's, Casey's, Quick Trip, Love's, Travel Centers of America, and many more. Neutrals on this was the Evergy, Kansas Electric Cooperatives, Kansas Municipal Utilities, and CURB, and also the Kansas Corporation Commission. I'm not aware of any opponents. So I put my thoughts together. I thought about free enterprise, level playing field, and working together. So I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 380, and I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We now recognize Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, on Senate Bill 412.
Thank you, Mr. President. So CCR SB 412 is a conference committee report brought to us by the Office of the State Bank Commissioner regarding a conservatorship responsibility in relation to legal arrangements established by a state court to protect an individual deemed unable to manage their own finances. It imposes the duty to notify non-parties to a conservatorship of any court order commanding performance or safekeeping of the conservatee's estate assets within 15 calendar days. It is a protection section of our statute because of an incident that occurred earlier this year where a conservator did not notify a bank that the account had been frozen. So this is one way that we can account for that. So, Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 412, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We'll now move Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, on Senate Bill 271.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 271 merely combines two bills that we've already heard on Medicaid. One is codifying the Children's Health Insurance Program eligibility, and the other is just amending the dates for the Bob Bethel Committee. passed unanimously from this House and jointly in the House of Representatives. Thank you. And I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 271.
For the motion, explanation, questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. I might note that that just concluded the CCRs that will be on the first roll call. We will now continue with CCRs, but we'll be on a second roll call. We now move to Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus, on Senate Bill 374.
Thank you, Mr. President. CCR 374 includes Senate Bill 374, which requires further consideration of evaluation and treatment during the course of competency proceedings for defendants charged with the most serious offenses, and also includes Senate Bill 481, which provides a method for competency proceedings in municipal court, which currently do not exist due to the low-level nature of most crimes. Both of these bills previously passed the Senate 40-0. I would move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 374.
For the explanation of the motion, are there questions for the senator from Potawatomi? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We'll move to the senator from Johnson, Senator Rose, on Senate Bill 418.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 418. This Conference Committee report would provide a streamlined approval process for single-family homes, townhouses, and accessory dwelling units. The objective of this legislation is to address statewide housing shortages and promote affordability. When we voted on this the first time in the Senate, we passed it 35-5. Since then, we have improved the by right housing component of the legislation, and the House passed this Conference Committee report 117-5 yesterday. The improvements made say that in order to qualify for by right approval, the development must meet some requirements, and it allows timeframes for the city to complete necessary approval work to make the legislation practical. With that, I stand for questions.
For the motion and explanation, are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Move back to the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, on Senate Bill 92.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 92 would amend parallel generation law to extend an exclusion regarding large load facilities from July 1, 2026 to July 1, 2027. And basically, that's all this bill does. Under current law, a utility is not required to make parallel generation service available to any customer who has a new or expanded facility that receives electricity service at a voltage of 34.5 kilovolts or higher and commences such electric service on or after July 1, 2025. In determining the utility's historic peak demand for purpose of the law, subsection of the aggregate export capacity, a utility peak demand does not include the additional demand of any new or expanded facility of an industrial, commercial, or data center customer that receives electricity service at a voltage of 34.5 kilovolts or higher and commences such electric service on or after July 1, 2021. So basically what we're doing here is the one-year extension gives the industry time to review where we are today and develop guardrails that might be needed or adjusted in the future. The focus of the law originally was for residential and small commercial property needs. If large loads came on the system, how would it affect all parties' interests and concerns? So with that, I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 92. I stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. I've noted we've dropped into the lower 20s. If we drove below 21, I have to suspend the conversation. So, but we are now ready for final action, so we're about to find out where everybody is. We still have a motion to concur. I think we're going to motion to concur, Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus on 487.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 487 would amend the Kansas Offender Registration Act to direct the KBI to develop a statewide offender registration system. This was amended by the House Corrections Committee to include processes for offenders who cannot afford to pay the required fees. It passed the House 124-0 and previously passed the Senate 40-0. I move the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 487.
You've heard the motion, the explanation. Are there questions for the senator from Pottawatomie? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On this first roll call, we will take the following: the conference committee reports on Senate Bill 403, House Bill 2534, Senate Bill 321, House Bill 2485, Senate Bill 353, 232, House Bill 2731, Senate Bill 380, 412, and 271. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 232, an act concerning retirement and pensions. Senate Bill 271, an act concerning the State Children's Health Insurance Program. Senate Bill 321, an act concerning roads and highways. Senate Bill 353, an act designating the official Kansas Railroad Hall of Fame for the purpose of celebrating the rich railroad heritage of Kansas and the Kansans who were and are leaders in such industry. Senate Bill 380, an act concerning electric public utilities. Senate Bill 403, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 412, an act concerning the probate code. House Bill 2485, an act concerning post-secondary education. House Bill 2534, an act concerning health professions and practices. Substitute for House Bill 2731, an act concerning public assistance.
Clerk will call the roll.
Argabright. Bellinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Bag. Valscado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
No on 2731, aye on the remainder.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Do we know, is Senator from Douglas present? Okay, we will hold for just a minute. Are there any explanations of votes? Why we wait? Any changes of vote? Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Note aye on 2731.
So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I applaud the body. It has only taken 6 years for us to correct an error that was made concerning CHIP and in Senate Bill 271. We now have joined the rest of the country in not having the federal poverty level tied to a certain year. In our case, it was 2008. So I applaud us for making that decision after 6 years of working to make that correction. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
I vote aye.
Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote no on 403. I am putting my foot down on this. I like 2 of the provisions of the bill, but I think it's funny that we're now hearing from our colleagues on the other side who are in charge of these bills saying that we got to put a cap on license plates. Could have told you that a long time ago. Thank you.
Any further explanations? Any changes? It's my understanding the Senator from Douglas is coming up the stairs, so we will hold for just a second. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't hear the list of bills, but I had expected to vote no on 418 and no on 2731, maybe that, 2731. And aye on the remainder.
418 is on the second roll call, but 2731 is on this one.
I appreciate knowing that. Thank you. So just the 2731 and aye on the remainder.
Thank you. Clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Thirty-nine having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 232, 271, 321, 380, 412, House Bill 2485, House Bill 2534. 38 in favor and 1 opposed to Senate Bill 353, 37 in favor, 2 opposed to 403, 28 in favor and 11 opposed to House Bill 2731. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. On the second roll call, we'll take the following. Conference Committee reports on Senate Bill 374, 418, 92, and the motion to concur on Senate Bill 387. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 92, an act concerning the State Corporation Commission. Senate Bill 374, an act concerning criminal procedure. Senate Bill 418, an act concerning housing. Senate Bill 487, an act concerning the Kansas Offender Registration Act.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Argabright, Billinger, Lazy, Blue, Bowers, Bowser, Clays, Clifford, Corson, Dietrich, Erickson, Fagg, Faust-Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hill, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Miller, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Call's been requested. Seeing 5 hands, call's in order. Clerk will call the roll. Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was standing when you announced. Can you change your vote? May I change my vote?
You may, yes. Call is raised. Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I change from pass to no on 418. I was not able to be here because we had a committee meeting, so I was not able to ask any questions about the conference committee. I know that a number of things have been changed. But without answers to questions, I can't support this. Thank you.
Further explanations or change? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Change of vote, 418 from no to aye.
Ordered. Any further changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. "39 having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 92, 374, and 487. 35 in favor and 4 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 418. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed." Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. House and Senate Education Conference Committee will meet at the recess of the second chamber in 212 North on all bills in conference.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Senate Commerce and House Commerce will meet upon first recess of second chamber in room 582 for Senate Bill 229.
Any further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans will caucus in our usual room at 1:30, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus in 287 North at 1:30. I yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I move the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senate's in recess. Senate will come to order. We are ready for conference committee reports. First conference report is Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens, on House Bill 2466.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the Senate Conference Committee report on House Bill 2466. And before I get into further explanation, I'm going to yield my time to the Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, today we have an opportunity. The Kansas City Chiefs are coming to Kansas. This legislation, the Sports Authority Bill, was narrowly tailored to allow the authority to own and oversee the development and operations of this NFL facility. The Conference Committee placed the Sports Authority Bill into the Star Bonds Bill, which the Senate passed last year. The Star Bonds Agreement already exists and was approved by the LCC. This bill simply creates the governing body to implement it, and in doing so, adds key protections for the state. This legislation can't override the state constitution. Article 11 restricts state debt. This bill says in 5 separate locations that nothing the authority can do ever becomes state debt under Article 11. No state general fund money funds this authority. This legislation ensures the authority is subject to CORA and COMA. This bill was drafted to ensure legislative oversight, and the authority is required to make annual reports to the Commerce committees and to the legislature. The authority has no eminent domain power, period. This bill doesn't create a broad exemption from all laws, only those that were inconsistent with the powers granted to the authority. This bill does not reopen Star Bonds Agreement or renegotiate it or change the terms. This bill creates the governing body that will carry it out, at the same time adding protections and oversight for the state. This agreement has language about cultural, educational, and commercial activities. Why was this included? That's because the stadium is just not for football games. It was intended to be a year-round public asset that can host a wide variety of events that will benefit the community and regional economy. This is also required under the agreement approved by the LCC. This bill was specifically drafted to preserve the meaningful legislator oversight. 6 of the members are appointed by the legislative leaders, and this gives the legislature a strong oversight presence. All members will serve at the pleasure of those who appointed them. All members of the Authority Board are required to submit to a state and national criminal history record check by the KBI. The team has 1 vote out of 11. It does not control the board. The team is the operator for this facility. It is the responsibility of all, it has the responsibility for all operating expenses and liable for cost overruns. Having 1 seat on the board ensures communication and coordination with the entity that is running the facility. It does not give the team control. The team operates the stadium, manages the day-to-day operations and activities to maintain the facility. In just a moment, Mr. The team funds the authority's administrative costs, not to taxpayers. The team assumes all liabilities and obligations from the use of its stadium. The team covers all costs of insuring the stadium. The state protects its asset through non-negotiable provisions. If a team moves out of state, they must take title to the stadium and assume all costs associated and with the taxes and pays for the demolition. As the state's largest economic development project in the history of the state, it creates approximately 20,000 high-quality, high-paying construction jobs for Kansas workers. Kansas electricians, iron workers, carpenters, engineers, and truck drivers will all benefit directly from this construction phase. Our local restaurants, hotels, transportation providers, and all the local businesses in the area will benefit from increased visitor traffic from the construction. Let's take a look at DeSoto and their property tax reduction after Panasonic construction began, approximately a 30% tax reduction. This bill establishes a structure needed to manage a world-class sports facility while protecting the Kansas taxpayer. This legislation positions Kansas and Kansas City Chiefs for a long-term partnership that supports jobs, investment, tourism, national visibility for decades to come. This truly is a long-term opportunity for Kansas. Thank you, and I'll yield back to Senator Owens.
Senator Marvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman did a fantastic job of really getting into some of the details on the Kansas Sports Facility Authority Act. I wanted to specifically also address some of the things from the STAR bonds, because what we did ultimately, we passed the STAR bond extension in this body last year. We sent it to the House, they reworked it, and we did a few things in conference that I want to share on that part. So we extended the STAR Bond Act through 2031. It's a 5-year program. One of the changes that we made was to make sure that cities included in the broader STAR Bond District, where the Chiefs STAR Bond District will be, are not permanently precluded from doing another STAR Bond District once the bonds associated with the project are fully paid off. In addition to that, we ensured that the stadium boundaries, if those do change on a state level, do not affect the local pledge. We also made it clear that the state can pledge the CID to the STAR bonds as in the term sheet. We ensured that during the period of the STAR bonds, that the period of the STAR bonds is 20 years for a standard STAR bond project and 30 years for the professional sports project, and that they can only collect revenues from the STAR bonds during that period of time. In addition, we made a number of other changes as it relates to ensuring appropriate tracking, out-of-state tracking, and other ways to ensure that we're getting those out-of-state visitors that STAR bonds are designed for. We also eliminated all ability for any type of eminent domain to be used in this project or any STAR bond project. In addition to that, in the event, this is not specifically tied to the Chiefs deal, but one of the questions that's come up with STAR bonds projects is if you have a 20-year STAR bond, and let's say your project completes and pays off in 12 years, you technically still have 8 years that you can collect the revenue and potentially build another structure with the approval of the Department of Commerce and the local governments. This ensures that in the event that that happens, that the base is reset, so that the state and the local governments begin to receive the benefit of that STAR bond district when and if those STAR bonds are paid off and not at the end of the 20-year agreement. In addition to the STAR bonds, a couple of additional points on the Sports Facility Authority Act before I stand for questions. First of all, it's important to note that one of the significant changes that we made here is that sales tax that is exempted under this bill ends when the STAR bonds are paid off. In the previous version of this, the Sports Authority was exempted from sales tax for its entire lifespan. This changes that to ensure that once the STAR bonds are paid off, sales tax will be paid. In addition, we clarified that all members of the Sports Authority and the appointees and the appointed members are subject to a background check. That background check will be a state and local background check that's done through fingerprint and name, as well as ensuring that the completed background checks are able to be viewed by the individual making the appointment, as well as the majority leader and minority leader pursuant to the laws that we passed earlier. The Kansas Sports Authority is subject to all COMA and CORA. In addition to that, in the final version of this bill, we ensure that the Sports Authority in and of itself does not have any ability to issue bonds or to raise money from a borrowing capacity. So that has been removed. So the Sports Authority will work specifically in conjunction with the KDFA on these STAR bonds to ensure that they're done that way. There are a number of other things that I could talk about here, Mr. President, but I will stand for questions at this time, and just wanted to add one more thing before I do so. One of the questions that has come up, and it's come up in our caucus as well, is what happens if we don't pass this legislation? Well, it is very clear in statute that if we do not pass this legislation, there is a clear path for the executive branch through the Kansas Development Finance Authority, pursuant to KSA 748902, to have the ability to make this happen. What this bill does is ultimately allows for legislative oversight of the Sports Authority, of this public-private partnership that is being created to ensure that the legislature is intimately involved and that the people we represent have a voice in this Sports Authority. If we fail to act on this Sports Authority, I have the information, I'm happy to share it, and I'm absolutely convinced that this will be done without us as a function of the executive branch. In caucus, I received 3 questions that I wanted to clarify before I stand for question. One question was asked, where does the seed money come from to get the Sports Authority started? The answer is that is expected to be set forth in negotiations of the lease, and that lease has not been fully articulated, but the chiefs are fully expectant to cover those initial seed costs. The next question is, what happens, where in the bill, and what happens if the chiefs breach the agreement? Breach of the agreement is covered in the STAR bond agreement, but it's going to be covered in detail in each of the definitive documents as well. If the team relocates, it pays 100% of the public money in the stadium, headquarters, and practice facility, interest on the STAR bonds through the breach, and reasonable costs included in the demolition. Those will be set forth in more detail in the definitive documents. And then the third and final question that I had received that I did not have an answer to is the portion in the original bill where it references the overarching agreement of the Sports Authority. And I believe what he's referencing there was the language in Section 8 on page 17 of the CCR where it says the powers granted to the authority shall not be exercised in a way that conflicts with the sports or with the STAR bond agreement. I have a tremendous amount more information, but at this point, Mr. President, I will go ahead and stand for questions.
On that, Senator from Harvey, I've just handed an agree to disagree that may be timely to our schedule today. Would you mind withdrawing your motion real quick? I'll dispatch you that, and we'll just remake the motion and pick up where we left off.
I will withdraw my motion, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Messages from the House, clerk will read.
The House adopts a conference committee report to agree to disagree on SCR 1603 and has appointed Representatives Smith A., Turner, and Sawyer as a second conferees of the part of the House.
On an agree to disagree, Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson on 1603.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on SCR 1603 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The second conferee is on part of the Senate. Chair appoints Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. We will now return to the conference committee report. From Senator from Harvey, please restate your motion.
I move the Senate adopt a conference committee report on House Bill 2466, and I stand for questions.
You heard the motion and the explanation. Or questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question. I come from a union family. A good union job was my family's path out of poverty. Additionally, job creation is very important to the state, and we have to make sure these are strong jobs. As a result, I too am very focused on ensuring workers are paid livable wages. Can you tell me where in this bill does it say union labor will be used or there will be livable wages for the workers who are building the stadium?
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does not specifically talk to union wages at all. I believe our market is very clear and very strong and robust in the state of Kansas. Our construction companies and those companies that will come will be expected to pay wages that are commensurate with their experience, or they won't be able to hire the people needed to build this facility.
Senator from Johnson.
A follow-up question. Once the stadium is built, there will be a need for event personnel, maintenance employees, janitors. Where in the bill is there a guarantee of livable wages or union labor for those personnel?
Thank you, Mr. President. Free market's a beautiful thing. If you don't pay enough, you don't hire the people aren't going to come to work for you.
Senator from Johnson.
For the good of body, the current wages for stadium workers at Arrowhead, event personnel $20 to $25 per hour, maintenance employees $37 to $51 per hour, landscape or turf employees $27 to $38 per hour, janitorial employees $20 to $29 per hour. Just as a reminder for the body, the Kansas minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. I have brought forward a bill that would raise the minimum wage in Kansas to $16 per hour, but it has not had a hearing. I know free market principles are always cited, but I will say this: if you want to ensure that employees are paid fair wages, you put it in writing, and you would put that in this bill if you want to ensure that there were union wages or livable wages paid to the workers. I spend a good deal of time with union workers on the weekend, and none of them are pleased with this bill because those provisions are not in it. Can you tell me, does labor get a seat at the table on the Sports Authority Board?
The Sports Authority Board is made up of 11 members. Those 11 members are appointed by the governor, various members of legislative leadership, as well as the mayor or their appointee of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, as well as Olathe, and then the Secretary of Commerce has a seat on that board.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. Workers are going to be a main component of this project, so this does seem to be a major oversight. I know there are some components in terms of, some of those individuals can appoint whoever they want and can appoint labor leaders. However, that would seem to be pretty watered down. But there is a huge concern here. The board is composed of, I can't remember the number of members you said, but the team gets a voting seat, and that is highly unusual. I used to do contract negotiations as part of my work at Sprint. And having the team getting a voting seat is, again, highly unusual. They will be on the body governing their own $1.8 billion publicly funded project. Giving them a voting seat on the authority that owns, finances, and manages the stadium presents a conflict of interest, allowing the team to influence bond issuing, timing, capital improvements, lease terms, operational decisions, and revenue allocations. It is not something you would normally do. I do have another question. The Hunt family, which is worth close to $25 billion, is to invest $1 billion in additional development in the area. What in this bill ensures that local businesses, in particular local minority-owned businesses, will be given consideration for those investments?
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you. First of all, let me address the previous statement. It's important to recognize that 10 of the 11 members on this board are either appointed or elected officials. There is no one member, even if that member is a employee of the team having a voting seat on the board, that can override 10 dissenting votes. So to be clear, that one person having a seat is an incredibly important part of that, because after all, they are the ones occupying and utilizing this facility, and truly the industry experts, and having them on the board is incredibly important. I would ask that the previous senator restate her follow-up question.
Senator from Johnson.
Certainly. The Hunt family is worth close to $25 billion. They are to invest $1 billion in development in the area around the stadium. What is in the bill that ensures that local businesses, in particular minority-owned businesses, will be given consideration for those investments?
Senator from Harvey.
There is nothing specific. Again, a business, there is also nothing precluding a minority-owned business from being in there, but there are certainly no special carve-outs for a minority-owned business. Kansas believes in free market principles, that any man of any race or nationality can start a business and prosper in this state and in the great United States of America.
Senator from Johnson.
So in essence, the Hunt family could invest in more of their own businesses because there's no stipulations here. They could invest in the Hunt Steakhouse, the Hunt Hotel, the Hunt Pizza Place. It could all be investments that go right back to them. There are no stipulations that any of this investment go to local businesses. And I will tell you, people in Wyandotte County consistently feel that they are overlooked in these types of investments. Wyandotte County already has high property taxes relative to other parts of the state. They still have bridges and roads that are in disrepair, shortfalls in public school funding, and large minority communities living in food deserts. Additionally, the county is third in economic output, but 63rd in wealth. It's an absolute shame that Wyandotte County and the people weren't given more consideration with this project. $2 billion in state monies is better spent investing in and strengthening underserved communities than going to a billionaire's pocket. I'll tell you, over the past couple of months, a number of us have been asking questions about this deal, and often we've been told, don't worry, those details will be worked out later. But a good negotiator knows you always get important details in writing. And here are some of the issues with this bill and this project. It's exempt from competitive building. It lacks conflict of interest rules or clawbacks. It lacks workforce standards. There are exemptions from fair hiring practices under Kansas Civil Service Act. The stadium is exempt from property or general ad valorem taxes. Everything the authority owns is basically pulled off the tax rolls. This means it will be very difficult to give property tax relief to Kansans. There's no sales tax on supplies for the construction and furnishing of the stadium. The irony is the entire Star Bond finance formula depends on sales tax capture, but the largest sales tax event in the project gets erased. That's likely close to $150 million in revenue. Additionally, we still do not have the official Star Bond district drawn. It's important that the body knows which communities will have sales tax from, quote, new revenue siphoned to the Hunt family. A simple Google search shows that subsidized stadium projects are highly risky and do not reach their glossy projections. Per Economist Review, Kansas' billion-dollar commitment could fund statewide infrastructure, workforce development, education investments, broad-based tax relief like lowering property taxes. And I will tell you this, I do have an amendment that would fix so many issues with this bill, but as this is a CCR, it's not allowed. So I do have one final question. How much will tickets cost?
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm unsure how much tickets will cost, and I'm also unsure if we're going to have a Hunt Steakhouse. I mean, we have Hunt Brothers Pizza, and I really like that, and I don't know if the Hunts are involved in that at all or not. As far as Wyandotte County getting the raw end of this deal, Mr. President, I can't fathom how Wyandotte County is getting the raw end of this deal, as previous speaker mentioned. I mean, we're going to create over 20,000 construction jobs over a 5-year period. That is billions of dollars of payroll. Much of that is going to be invested locally in lodging, in food, in rent, and on and on and on. To say that Wyandotte County is somehow getting the raw end of this is remarkable for anybody to say, because I'm here to tell you, we'd be more than happy to have them down there in Sedgwick County.
Senator from Johnson.
I will go back. Those 20,000 jobs, a number of those will be temporary, and a number of those in terms of construction will probably come from Missouri because we don't have enough of those construction jobs or construction people here in Kansas to fulfill the need. In terms of the ticket cost, the average ticket price for the 2025-26 season is around $640 per ticket. If you were to take a family of 4, that would set you back around $2,500. The median weekly income for that same family in Kansas in that area is around $2,000. The proposed stadium will be smaller than what Arrowhead is, with less seating. That means tickets will probably be more expensive. A recent survey of Kansans shows that 82% of the population hasn't attended a Chiefs game in the past year, and only 2% are season ticket holders. It comes down to this. Most of the people in Wyandotte County who will live close to the stadium will likely never be able to afford to attend a game. Yet, there will be a legislative suite. I love the Chiefs. I always have. And when I first heard the announcement, I was extremely excited, to the point that I probably was living in denial. Very quickly, though, people started reaching out to me indicating this was not a good deal for the taxpayer. So I started digging in, and the people were right. This deal is a massive giveaway to the wealthy. To give some perspective, this is the largest public subsidy in U.S. professional sports history, more than double the commitment of public money that went into Kansas' other 23 Star Bond projects combined. We have an affordability crisis. I'm staying focused on lowering costs for Kansans, rather than delivering a giveaway to billionaires and asking taxpayers to foot the bill. Again, a number of economists have looked at this and have said that these types of giveaways fall short of justifying what they say will be the payoff in the long run. We could do so many other things with this: statewide infrastructure development, workforce development, funding roads and bridges in Wyandotte County, and have high FAR returns. But this is what's on the table. And the reality of most of this so-called growth is money that could be used to provide public services. This is really cannibalization of revenue or diversion of revenue that could be used on other things. What seems to be clear is this is a deal that was struck by lobbyists and wealthy folks for a project that will benefit wealthy folks and give a massive tax break to wealthy folks. The Hunt family has an estimated net worth of $24.8 billion. This deal gives them one of the largest public subsidies in history. It doesn't just feel like a deal, it feels like a heist. Maybe we'll just call it the Hunt heist. I'll be voting no.
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that it's really a great time to point out that the legislature voted for the approval of this STAR bond package back in the 2024 special session. The executive branch negotiated this deal and signed this deal in December. The deal itself is not up for negotiation or debate here. The deal has been made. The Chiefs are coming to Kansas. We as a legislature have the ability to make this the best opportunity and to have oversight of this deal for decades to come by passing this Sports Authority bill. I'll stand for further questions, Mr. Chair.
Senator Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So kind of to piggyback off of the previous speaker on a couple things. First off, I'm on the Commerce Committee when we had this joint hearing. And one of the proponents was the Working Kansas Alliance. So, okay, I looked up, who is the Working Kansas Alliance? It's a coalition of union and non-union groups dedicated to protect the rights of hardworking Kansas families that fuel our state's economy. So the unions support this. So to say that unions don't support that, that's interesting. I'm actually a union member. Didn't know if you guys knew that. I'm a union member. I'm actually a metal trades journeyman. I have my card in my vehicle if you want to look at it. And anyways, I support this. So to say that unions don't support this is the same thing of saying I talked to a county clerk and they support something. So when a coalition is supporting something, I think that's something that we need to be looking at. Another thing to talk about is sales tax on construction. Union company here, I do sales tax for us. And a lot of our jobs, this is crazy, are sales tax exempt because they're new construction, and that's allowed in the state of Kansas. So when I'm doing my sales tax to the Department of Revenue, I have a ton of sales tax exemptions on brand new buildings because we allow that in the state of Kansas. So I just think that there's a lot of misinformation going on here, and to be honest, the previous speaker from Harvey made a really good point. We're not negotiating right now the contract that was between the administration and the sports team. We're negotiating the next step to bring the Chiefs to the state of Kansas. And as a union member, I support this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Mr. President. What an exciting day on the Senate floor, as it will be at the stadium cheering for the Chiefs. Mr. President, I have a question for the senator from Harvey County. Thank you. We talked about the Sports Authority and the 11 members. If he could share some of the benefits when we talk about this great event that's happening in our state, putting us on the map. You know, in the middle of the night, the television was still on, and I heard a national reporter talking about the Chiefs in Kansas. And so, but if he could talk about, mention some of the benefits, how it will benefit us throughout the state, if he would, Mr. President.
Senator from Harvey.
I'd be more than happy to. So we talked about the board. We talked about how that allows for the legislative oversight because every member of the board serves at the will of the appointee. That means that if that appointee chooses somebody different, it can be somebody different. As to how this benefits the entire state, well, first of all, it continues to put Kansas on the national map. It is the Kansas City Chiefs after all. I believe that one of my members suggested that we capitalize Kansas as part of this deal, because what this does is this brings the Chiefs home where they rightfully belong. As a member of the Kansas City, as a member and a citizen of Kansas, when I'm outside of this state and we talk about the Kansas City Chiefs, everybody always assumed that they were located in Kansas already. And so the benefit will be so significant as this plays out. You think about even if those are 20,000 temporary jobs, and there'll probably be, 1,000 or 2,000 full-time jobs, permanent position jobs after this stadium is created. And you think simply about the sheer volume of income tax that will be paid, hundreds of millions of dollars in state income tax will come into our coffers that will then be spread across the state in ways that are incredibly important, as we just heard the budget yesterday and the incredibly important work that is done there in the budget. I believe the number comes out somewhere to roughly $85 million a year, and that's just to get started. So when you think about not only the income tax, but the sales tax, as soon as that kicks in the next 12, 15, 20 years, whatever that is going to be enormous. And so all of that revenue that the state and the local governments will receive will be able to be utilized by us for those incredibly important services, such as our human services caseloads, such as furthering education, and so many other important public safety aspects. So it truly is a boon for the entire state, not just the Northeast Corridor, and I appreciate that question.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I sit on the Commerce Committee, and I heard the joint commerce presentations. I also sit on the conference committees relating to the Star Bond and Sports Authority measures, and a lot of work was put into that to satisfy all across the board, Mr. President, I believe, and I rise in support of the legislation, and I live in Wichita, Kansas, and so my constituents, they've asked that question that I posed to the senator from Harvey, and I appreciate his response. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will add just one more thought along those same lines. I want you to think about the sheer volume of dollars that have been staying in Missouri that are now going to come to Kansas. As Kansas City Chiefs fans come across the border into Kansas to spend their money. It's an extraordinary amount of money that will build and be generated in that local area from out of state, which is always what we're looking for. I'll stand for additional questions.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Clem.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this legislation. I also want to say I appreciate the hard work that the chair and the vice chair have put into this, along with the other members of the committee. And I also agree with the good senator from Sedgwick on her comments about witnessing the hard work that's gone into this piece of legislation and the improvements that have come out of the hard work that's come from this group. The bill includes key improvements negotiated by the committee, and some of those are the duration of the Star Bond revenue capture and the requirements that sales tax revenues return to the regular tax rolls once bonds are retired. I think we forget about the impact that's going to have on the local community and the benefit for the state. This delivers lasting benefits to our communities. Also, we've talked about it a few times. As I talk to my sheet metal workers, concrete workers, pipe fitters, welders, that are all super excited about the opportunities of new employment opportunities for them and their families. And whether that's all 20,000 that come to the state, whether they're temporary or not, it's still billions of dollars of revenue that's coming into our great state. With strong accountability measures, including performance-based metrics, legislative oversight, and protections, House Bill 2466 strikes the right balance between opportunity and responsibility. As we move forward, we should also encourage our local governments to remain disciplined in their approach for additional incentives and avoid giving away property tax revenue. Protecting the local tax base will ensure communities fully benefit from the long-lasting and the long-term growth this project is designed to generate. This is a bold strategic step forward, one that will grow our economy, support our workforce, and position Kansas to compete on the national stage. I urge your support in House Bill 2466. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me preface these remarks by saying I do think that the chair and vice chair of the Commerce committees have done a good job. They've tried to improve a bill that I don't think is improvable in what I believe is a kind of a bad situation, and I think a bad deal for Kansas. I also want to preface, this is not about personalities. Anything I say, I hope nobody takes personally, because I'm looking at the underlying bill, and this district will impact my Senate district, and I'm very, very concerned about the long-term negative impacts it's going to have. And I also have been a long-time fan of the Chiefs. I grew up watching Lenny Dawson and Buck Buchanan and Bobby Bell, and in my professional career, I got to know Lenny Dawson personally. So this is not about the Chiefs either. I think they made the best deal they could possibly get, and everything indicates that they've outshined any other NFL team in making this deal. But I've been studying 2793, House Bill 2793 for days, trying to understand what exactly we were creating in this. So I do have a few questions for the carrier of the amendment, or the carrier of the CCRB. And first of all, were the entire contents of House Bill 2793 placed into this Star Bonds bill, or is it just parts? That's what I'm trying to determine. If he'll stand for questions, I don't know.
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was pulling up 2793 specifically to make sure. Yes, so we started with the bill as it was amended by the House Committee of the Whole, and then we did make changes to it in conference.
Senator from Johnson.
So some specific questions so I understand. Can the Secretary of Commerce still change the districts of the boundary in the future?
Senator from Harvey.
Yes, he can. As of right now, that is still under the discretion of the Secretary of Commerce and will be finished by the time the agreement is completely codified, but it is still in process.
Senator from Johnson.
And does this also allow for the exemption of ad valorem taxes as well as sales tax and the compensating use tax for this particular district?
Senator from Harvey.
I'm going to operate under the assumption, without specifically looking it up, that it would, yes.
Okay.
Senator from Johnson.
And the CID, which was in the original bill, which put a 2% increase in sales tax for the area around the stadium, and I guess around the training facility. Is that still in this bill?
Senator from Harvey.
It is.
Senator from Johnson.
So if I understand that correctly, in the stadium somewhere out there in Wyandotte County near the Legends, where the sales tax is already 10 to 11%, within that district, there may be some areas, I'm guessing, where the sales tax will be 13%. Would that be correct?
Senator from Harvey.
I would say that could be possible and would ultimately lead to the bonds be paying off even quicker, which would be the benefit of including that CID in these Star Bond payments.
Senator from Johnson.
So my concern with that, I've got multiple concerns, and I thank the Senator for these questions. I just want to make a few comments about that. First of all, it creates a district where it is more expensive to shop. It's more expensive to do business. If Star Bonds were the panacea economically, Wyandotte County would be rolling in dough. They've got 4 active Star Bond districts out there right now, and the county itself is $1 billion in debt. Now, I realize They've been giving away the moon out there, but there's no, there's no track record that that won't continue. If you take a look across at Jackson County, Missouri, where the Truman Sports Complex has been for decades, there's been no economic development around that. As a matter of fact, there's been no decrease in property tax. And Jackson County rejected that sales tax increase because of that. They continue to get taxed to death. And now here we are. I just heard this morning that Jackson County is trying to figure out what to do with that stadium. They're talking about turning it into a horse racing track. They've got multiple proposals that'll cost hundreds of millions of dollars. You know, in the future, what makes us believe, you know, the Chiefs were using taxpayer dollars at Truman Sports Complex for years. And then they held Jackson County, Missouri hostage, used us as bait, and now they're coming here to Kansas. And again, that's a negotiating tactic, but nevertheless, do we not think that that will happen to us in the future? And I realize that's not about this bill. That's about what we're creating as a sports authority, but we've been talking about all the economic development that'll happen as a result of this. Wyandotte Countyans have seen their property tax since the Legends was developed and all these star bonds districts have been in place, about 300% increase in property tax. So that's not a net positive. And since this star bond district can be adjusted and very, very large, and including a good chunk of my district, my concern is that you set a base year, and then those additional revenues are revenues that would go toward paying for our fire, our police, and the services in my district, where we're not receiving any direct benefit from the Chiefs being there. People will go to the game. People will go home. It's so expensive to go to a game. It's so expensive to park that you're going to have people, you know, they'll tailgate around a dome stadium, and I'm not sure what that's going to look like. And then they're going to go home. And I've got businesses who have a hard time hiring anyone because they can't pay the wages that they need to do so. And so you're going to have an entity also competing for jobs. The other issue I have is that Wyandotte County has 1/4 of the population of Jackson County, Missouri. So we're spreading the debt over a much smaller population. Yes, people will come, they come to the Legends. But again, there are a number of businesses out at the Legends now who are struggling. And if it weren't for Nebraska Furniture Mart and for Bass Pro, you know, you go out there on a normal day, there's nobody around. We're going to have a stadium that at best is going to produce maybe 10 or 15 days per year of activity because A, it costs an awful lot to rent that stadium. Taylor Swift, Kenny Chesney, somebody like that could fill that stadium, but most other type artists can't do that. It's too expensive to do that. So, you know, the underlying deal, I guess my bottom line is I didn't vote for the Star Bonds, Chief, because I knew turning the negotiating over to the Secretary of Commerce was a big mistake. When that December deal was issued, and I read through that 32-page thing multiple times, my fears were confirmed. This is a bad deal. We gave away the farm. And now this is kind of a protest vote for me. I can't vote for this because in my mind, this is the final nail in the coffin. And so I appreciate you listening to me. I hope the body listens and thinks about this. If you've read the 32-page deal, you understand what we've given away. If you haven't read the 32-page deal, I urge you to do so. Unfortunately, you're running out of time to do so. We've got to make a vote on this very shortly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you, and I do really appreciate the words of the senator from Johnson, and quite specifically the words he said there towards the end. I too did not vote for the Chief Star Bond deal during the special session. In my mind, we were there to reduce taxes for Kansas, and that should have been our focus. But when the organization shows that that was the best time to do that, it still passed this legislature. And so here I am supporting the Sports Authority when I did not support bringing the Chiefs originally here because the Chiefs are coming. That decision was made 2 years ago. That decision was signed into an agreement 6 or 8 months ago. The Chiefs are coming. Here we have the opportunity to put the appropriate guardrails in place. As to the taxes and the high sales tax in that area, remember where you shop is a decision. If you want to drive 5 or 10 miles away to go to a different facility for dinner and save 3 or 4% sales tax, you certainly have the ability to do so. And I don't know, while we talk about what was mentioned, maybe 10 or 15 days of economic activity, the amount of economic activity that'll happen before, during, and after add a significant amount. And I don't know about you guys, but have you ever seen how a 6A high school state championship game has filled a stadium before? That was supposed to be funny. Sorry, it fell flat. Anyway, that is one of the benefits of having the Chiefs Stadium here, is that they will be able to utilize that stadium for various other community events. That is part of the commitment by the team and by the developers, is to ensure that our community gets to fully participate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I'm appreciative of this discussion so much, Mr. President. I really am, because, of course, as you all know, I am from Wyandotte. I am the core of the site of where the stadium is now coming. And as has been said, it doesn't bear repeating, but so much, this is pretty much a done deal. And the ancillary parts now are how we're working out the management through the conference committee report that's before us now. I'm exceptionally concerned, and I do appreciate some of the preceding comments, Mr. President, that were made by both senators from Johnson, Senators Thompson and Senator Holscher, who hit the nail on the head, because I do, again, represent Wyandotte County. I'm there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm there, Mr. President. We are the ones who will bear the success or bear the brunt of what the deal that's being foisted upon us is being done to us or for us. We're the ones who have to live with it, and I'm their representation here. Yesterday, Mr. President, it was very interesting. I signed on to an EOV, an expression of vote on the budget, and I'm paraphrasing what it says, but it says that, you know, the senator that offered it, that I signed on to, said, and I quote, that they watched the special interest lobbyists put deals in the budget, or in this place, put deals together, these special interest lobbyists. And then at some point you have to say no, the EOV went on to say, that who is lobbying for our average constituents out there who don't get the sweetheart deals, the small businesses who don't get their workforce paid for, who don't get the quote-unquote economic development incentives. And that senator went on to say, Mr. President, I am their lobbyists, and so I vote no. That's why I voted no on the budget. I thought it was very well said. That's why I'm voting no on this particular deal. I supported the STAR bonds. I supported the STAR bonds. I was here to help with the STAR bonds that built what's now the Speedway back in the day, and the promises that were brought then. The Speedway and the ancillary development called the Legends. I remember the hype and the excitement that we shared. We all wanted for that. And at that time, we didn't have some of the empirical data about what the Speedway would mean or what it doesn't, but it has been said, there are highs and lows with all of this. Right now, Wyandotte County has one of the highest property tax rates in our region. I was told by my colleague that we're still pretty low in terms of what the state numbers are. But how this development with this Speedway and how this development with this stadium now, fast forward, what'll be almost 30 years later, comes to play, it bothers me. And so we ran a few quick numbers, and I'm not going to take long here. I'm really going to be pretty brief about this. I may defer and have a second prior to Senator from Harvey's closing, because this is important to the people that I represent. We cannot bear to have our taxes inflated more. This is, as has been said, the state's largest development in its history, economic development. We were not at the table. We here in the legislature, yes, I know you were, Mr. President, the LCC. I know there were a few choice leaders, but the people of Wyandotte County and the people of Olathe, well, except for one former member of the legislature, were not involved with what happens to, for, or against our community. It's now the state's largest development. We, the people, had no say-so or input with the stadium. Let me say that yesterday, March 26th, besides our passing the budget, something national or federal legislation was introduced that, boy, I wish this was on a fast track, because had it been introduced, we wouldn't be, or I wouldn't have these concerns. Federal legislation was introduced, H.R. 8097, and a companion bill in the Senate, and it's called the Home Team. I urge you to look at that, the Home Team Act. And it's concerned about professional teams that locate, or sports franchises, that build stadiums going from one area to another, and the impact it's going to have on that community. Federal legislation. And during that press conference, and it's bipartisan, by the way, this federal legislation, the Home Team Act, during that discussion, they referenced on several occasions some of the ill feeling, the concern they had about this deal with Kansas City. Kansas City's name was uplifted as a reason to have more substantial, Mr. President, oversight in the crafting of these deals that when put together, these sweetheart deals, as was said in the EOV yesterday regarding the budget, these sweetheart deals that at the end of the day trickle down to hurt the least of these. The people who are not going to go to the games, first and foremost. There is no ancillary development. It was already raised out at Arrowhead. There hasn't been any there. I go there. I've gone there every once in a while. I, too, am one of the ones that can't go to every game out there in Jackson County. I'm not in that income category, and I'm not going to be in the income category when it comes to Wyandotte County. Maybe I can call some people I know, and maybe you can hook me up then, Mr. President, and get me a ticket or so, you know, depending on what capacity you serve. But at this point in time, it's not foreseeable that the average Wyandotte Countian will be participating in this sweetheart deal that's been crafted and foisted upon us. And I've heard from people all across the board, all across the board. I haven't heard from one Wyandotte Countian who's called me, and I've had Republicans, Democrats, independents, taxpayer watchdogs who say, well, Haley, we know one thing about you. We know that you are going to be the fiscal conservative, and I know that this deal is down the lane. They opened the horse is down the lane, and they're going to build the stadium, but you are going to at least stand up and do that. We know how you stand about having an opportunity for us to vote on our appraisal coming up, that you uniquely do that. We know how you stand about trying to stem the tide, and now here we have to take this thing, this stadium, shoved down our throats, and if they say, well, we don't want them to leave, what if they go to Missouri? Or what if, as offered, they want to come to Harvey or Wichita or Wichita? Take them. Take them. Because the people of Wyandotte County, if we have to, Mr. President, absorb the costs that are anticipated coming in from this, that these sweetheart deals that have put this together, we can't afford it. We'd love to afford it. As I mentioned, the federal legislation, and pretty soon I'm going to take my seat for the first time. Let's just say something when you look at these stadiums across. And by the way, I asked my intern, sharp young man, Sam Linson, got to give him credit. This has been Sam's done a phenomenal job. He did it himself, the research. He went through AI. He's done all of it. It's beautiful. It's a dossier. What do these teams do? What's happening? Where are they beneficial? What has been a benefit to a community for a major sports franchise that's been subsidized with taxpayers' dollars? Bring me one or two or three. How many in America we have? His research says that they don't work. I want to thank Sam for that. Do stadiums pay for themselves? No, there's no evidence that they do. They generate tax revenues that exceed their public costs. They don't. That there are small intangible benefits besides the emotional. And I disagree with the senator from Harvey who said he's bringing the team home, because I do agree that wherever I've gone in the country, in the world, I say, I'm from Kansas, very proudly, a native Kansan. And they say to me, wow, how about those Chiefs? Or what about the Royals, depending on which one's doing well? So we already own that. We don't have to spend $1 billion or encumber and upset to own the fact that Kansas is already affiliated more so than Missouri or any other site. Look at what's happening with some of the other stadiums. And again, I did say, because we've got a long day ahead of us, I think everybody is pretty much close to knowing where they're going to be on this. A lot of people don't care what you do to Wyandotte County. It's Wyandotte County, you know, it's the smallest county, and it's those people. But for those of you who care about fiscal conservatism, for those of you who compare or can look at findings that are fiscally responsible and investments that are prudent, that work on behalf of the taxpayers of the state of Kansas, for those of you who, and I've been a big subsidy, I helped you all out there in Sedgwick County a long time ago, Mr. President. The people came and decided they wanted help with your airfares. It was called Fair Fares. I don't know if you were here then, but they wanted to have some supplemental airfares the state would help with so that you could fly out of the ICT, the airport, and have it more competitive. David Haley was there. That's what the people wanted. It was an economic development tool or incentive. I helped rural Kansas. Nothing in it for Wyandotte County with the rural opportunity zones or something that they were called. When the people of the areas of the state have said they needed some help with economic development that was meaningful, I didn't get parochial. I didn't get regional and say, oh, I'm an urban legislator, and what happens in rural Kansas, they don't need to have a subsidy for opportunity zones. Let them, you know, do what they do. No, David Haley's vote has been to have been there for you, whether it's Sedgwick, whether it's any other part, whether it's Butler, all the rest of you. And so here now, foisted upon my people, my county, Wyandotte County, is this pig in a poke, this pretextual suggestion that this infusion of major capital, more so than anywhere else, as has been stated, than has ever been, bless you, that has ever been invested in anything else, is going to benefit my people. It doesn't work anywhere else in the country. It's not working. Google stadiums yourself. Google taxpayer assistance. Look at the Home Team Act and the tenets under why this bipartisan House and Senate federal, these bills are being introduced, and read why and understand that this is exactly the concern that I have here today and why I gotta be a no on this. I have to be. This project was not run by any of the taxpayers, local or federal. And the pretext of, oh, well, you're gonna have your mayor on the, you know, they've got an 11-member commission and one of them will be the mayor. Well, my math says that one vote out of 11 is still 5 shy. And there's no guarantee that the other appointees to that board will be of the same tune. This is a final straw, really, it will be, for the taxpayers in Wyandotte County. It really will be in terms of what we have to do. There is no cost-benefit analysis. Why we have to be the lab rat, once again, for something of this level. These new developments are going to pay taxes for 30, 40 years. Meanwhile, we have to support the roads, the sewers, the electrical, the public safety. We don't have enough police and fire now. We need to have an agreement, a sports authority. And by the way, they took my Port Authority bill, which sits below the line now, out of this, because at least the Port Authority would have had something autonomous from the rise and fall of a major sports team. But there's nothing in this for the Wyandotte County taxpayer. And I will challenge, once again, as he brings his closing at some point, the carrier of the bill, and he's done it very well, as did the carrier, senator from Cali, who engineered and worked very closely to make this relevant. I thank them for their hard work in pulling it together and trying to, again, make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. I just want to ask again, what is truly, we get a few construction jobs in the beginning, as has been said, for those that live in Wyandotte County, which are not few. We don't have an earnings tax. So we get a few, but what is in this with the stadium coming to Wyandotte County? What's in it for Wyandotte County?
Senator from Harvey.
I'll tell you what's in it for Wyandotte County, because it's the same thing that was in it for Wyandotte County when the Kansas Speedway came. Before the Kansas Speedway, the Legends was developed. The 1,200 acres comprising generated about $200,000 in property taxes. Fast forward today, it's over $30 million in property taxes and over $1 billion in sales in that area. You think about that for a second, you think about how that can be multiplied. Now, I can't speak to how the unified government chose to spend that money. Those are elected by local folks. But the unified government voted to support this deal when they voted to pledge their area to be part of this Star Bond project. So the unified government most certainly approves of this deal, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I'm in Wyandotte County, Mr. President. I live there. Not only do I live there, I move freely throughout the entirety of the community. I've been elected in my district for 30 years, which is 40% of Wyandotte County, and I'm very humbled to say I run citywide and was elected to my utility board citywide against some real bad, negative, false representation, because the people in Wyandotte County know me and I know them. And so if there was representation in Wyandotte County that misrepresented the views of the average Wyandotte County when it comes to this stadium, you'll take it from me. We're very concerned as a people, as a city, as a county, as a whole, Republican, Democrat, Independent, about what this deal means and how, in fact, we can get out from under the avalanche, the wave of what's basically going to be excessive costs that are coming our way as it's further implemented. Yeah, we're happy about the construction jobs. Yeah, we're happy about, I mean, team pride or emotional, whatever. Yeah, I love the Chiefs. I'm a big Chiefs fan. Used to have some of the paraphernalia. I can't hold it up because it's against our laws, but even on a newspaper, I love the team. It's not about that. It's about what do we responsibly afford and put. And to the senator from Harvey's point, nah, I don't know that it was a narrow vote to pledge the sales tax again after the horse was down the lane, the sales tax, the increment sales tax to help retire the bonds. But it was not unanimous, A. And B, well, we had to do something. It's already being done to us. It's already there. We want to, as soon as possible, have it try and yield something. And as to the Speedway, yeah, maybe it is. I often wonder, in fact, I shared with my colleague from Wyandotte, yeah, we do have the highest taxes in Wyandotte County. Where would we be if we didn't have whatever revenue has been derived from the Speedway? Probably would be even higher still. Maybe it helped reduce what we are. And our spending problem that he alleged was, well, we were revenue neutral. I don't know if the concept is lost on our, but we went revenue neutral for a couple of years. So we held spending at the cost of that, which was raised by the existing tax base at the time. I thank him for his response. I thank you for your attention. As I said, I'm sure most of you in caucus already, or in this discussion, have come to your conclusions as to where you are. I just say that were this in your county, this deal that you had nothing to do anything with, I, one legislator, would listen very carefully to what it is that it would do to or for, as I have before, like I did with rural opportunity zones and supporting those because I heard your communities wanted it, like I did with fair fares because I heard your communities wanted it, and it wasn't going to hurt your tax base, it was going to help it. And so I ask you to please give consideration to something that the Home Team Act if it's heard and passed in the U.S. Congress, would do to mitigate some of the concerns that I have and the majority of Wyandotte Countyans have, all of whom oppose, at this point in time, this particular conference committee report. And thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I also live in Wyandotte County. I'm a born and raised Dot. I have lived there all my life. And, you know, with every project, there are always the unknowns. It just so happened at the time that the STAR bonds were first came into existence in the state of Kansas, the first project that they were used on was to attract the Speedway to Wyandotte County. And I was a commissioner at that time with the Unified Government of Wyandotte County. So I've lived through that, through the process from the local side as well as the state side as we are dealing with it now. And as I had a conversation with my fellow colleague from Wyandotte County, yes, that was not a $2 billion project, but for us at the time, it was an unbelievably large project financially. And I mean, I hate to say this, that the legislature would ever in their wisdom think about this as part of the state, but there were people here that were elected that were referring to Wyandotte County as the armpit of Kansas. And you can read into that whatever you want. But so it was like throwing, I think for some it was like throwing a bone, but it was a successful bone. And we at the time, the mayor at the time was Mayor Carol Marinovich, and followed her was Mayor Reardon, and he said at one time that he couldn't buy a pair of shoes in Wyandotte County or a suit, and that was true. So it was a successful. This one is different and a larger project. We've had successes, and when you have successes, you expect certain outcomes that maybe don't necessarily always, they aren't always part of the full package, and so that does cause for continual questions. But I rise in support of the Sports Authority. I want to have, for us to continue to have a say and a voice in what's happening. And I think as was said by this senator from Harvey, correct, I believe, that not moving ahead with this could reduce our ability to have a say in what's going on. We are concerned in Wyandotte County about potential excess costs when it comes, or the increased costs when it comes to infrastructure and public safety. But at the same time, there's always this unknown that comes along with a STAR Bonds project. And I believe that this is the only stadium in the country that's ever been financed with STAR Bonds as a tool, and that makes it totally different as well. The other thing that I think about this project is that unlike, and of course I'm not as familiar maybe as many others here about other stadium projects across the country, but there are safeguards as to whether after 30 years the Chiefs would choose to move away, and who's responsible and what would be in place. So I think that's a important thing to keep in mind, that those safeguards are there. And yes, I have heard from lots of people, that lots of my constituents and those that live in, others that live in Wyandotte County about their concerns. But at the other side of that coin is that I haven't heard one person that didn't say they didn't like the Chiefs or didn't want the Chiefs to come to Kansas. So, so it's a double-edged sword. I think that we have to weigh the positives for what this does for our state and for our region. And it is, I think, and as has been said earlier, it's important that keep in mind that we will be at the table with the Sports Authority. So I rise in support, and I want to be there so that I can see this be successful, as I will be living in the area. And yes, I think it is good for the whole state, but you know, we are the ones who are going to bear the positives and the negatives as well. One of the things I will mention that was not in place when earlier Star Bonds projects occurred in Wyandotte County was the infrastructure. That was not in place as there is now. Now there will need to be improvements in the infrastructure, but that was a big unknown at the time, and how that was going to, and the state was a partner with that. So I hope that that continues to be true as this this project for a $2 billion project in Wyandotte County moves ahead. And I hope that the body continues to realize that because of where it is located, that we do want to reap the benefits, because we are going to have to be there and be up close. And I want my constituents and those that live in Wyandotte County to feel that. And I think that will be in the future. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of very brief questions. Are there NFL stadiums that have been constructed with private funding?
Senator from Harvey.
Thank you. That there are 26 of the 30 NFL stadiums that are currently public owned, and there are a few of them that have been built with private funding.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier, the principle of free market was mentioned in a positive aspect. What about this deal aligns with the principles of free market?
Senator from Harvey.
So that's a really great question as we consider this and we make this decision and how this plays out. When we look at many of the other stadiums that were built with private funds, they were offset with other tax exemptions that basically accommodated the exact same thing. The difference here with the Star Bond District is we are quite literally allowing people to contribute to paying back these bonds or not. You have a choice of whether to go into that district and to shop there, and to therefore support it. So the market will continue to grow. The market in that area will certainly be able to continue to grow and benefit from the sales tax in that area. However, it is still absolutely a public incentive that we as a state legislature have previously agreed to support.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was opportunity cost considered, and if so, do we know what a fiscal note on opportunity cost would be with this deal?
Senator from Harvey.
As previously mentioned, Mr. President, this deal was done 2 years ago when the vote in this legislature occurred, and I voted against it. This deal was consummated about 6 months ago, and I was not part of that. There was no opportunity cost considered as it relates to the creation of a sports authority.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. What about the effect of substitution?
Senator from Harvey.
I believe the same response applies.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the Senator from Harvey answering those questions, but that's part of the problem here. We weren't allowed to debate the specifics of the deal, and process should matter. And we were quite literally given this CCR on the largest economic development incentive, however you want to categorize it, 30 minutes before we discussed it in caucus, and now we're voting on it on the floor. So I do have concerns, but I do appreciate the information and the debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're getting two different issues maybe confused here, and I appreciate the Senator from Harvey for sharing some of that information. The Chiefs deal, that is done. That agreement has been signed. And what we're looking at today is a sports authority having our legislative oversight and representation on a very big asset that will be owned by the state. 6 of those 11 members on this sports authority will be appointed by legislators. So over half of those members are going to be our voice on that board. So regardless of how you feel of the Chiefs coming to Kansas, we have an opportunity to have a legislative oversight at this point. As the senator from Harvey said, the executive branch could do this without us, and they could have their handpicked people in there without having any representation from the legislature. So I think it is important. I will be supporting this because I think this is a huge asset, and I think we need to have oversight in that and a say to make sure that this stadium is kept in good standing, that it's up to code, and all of those things. So if you want to be responsible for having a say on how the upkeep and what that stadium looks like for years to come, I think you should join me in supporting this legislation because, again, 6 of those 11 members are appointed by legislative leaders. This sports authority is open to Cora and Coma records, and this is your opportunity to have a legislative say. So thank you, Mr. President.
Sir from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Monday Night Football commentator Don Meredith used to say, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Of course, I remember him saying that well, considering he came off air in 1984. The legislation before us does represent an opportunity to try to control the ifs and the buts associated with this deal. We've heard a lot of conversation surrounding the deal that was struck. And as much as I wish I could go back and renegotiate and change some of the terms of that deal, it's not within my power to do so. But the authority bill that sits in front of us today did come late in the session. We have not had the opportunity to fully assess and debate it as a Senate. And in a process that has been incredibly opaque at best, I certainly wish that we had a bit more time and a bit more transparency on this particular authority because it does matter that we get it right to try to control those ifs and those buts to make sure that we have a good deal for the people of Kansas. I really appreciate the work that our colleagues in the Commerce Committee have put into this. I think there were dramatic improvements relative to the bill as it was introduced. But we do have an option on the table to not vote this authority through and allow KDFA to go ahead and move forward with the project and revisit the structure of the Sports Authority in the next legislative session. I believe that that is going to be much easier to do than trying to undo what could be passed today. Either way, there's going to be risks associated with that, but I do think that it's part of trying to take an informed vote today when we largely haven't had time to go through all the details of the structure of the authority. Again, the project will continue and will carry on. I don't see a temporary point in time where KDFA moves this project forward as a threat. I see it as an opportunity to give us time to breathe and make sure that this authority does the best that we can do to control the ifs and the buts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no one further seeking recognition, Senator, you may close. Unless you want to yield to the senator from Douglas.
I will yield to the senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate that. I'll just add that I was a vote against this during the special session, but I recognize this is a very different decision that we're making. So we have a deal. My question for the senator from Harvey is there a deadline for having this authority in place?
Senator from Harvey.
I would not say that there is a hard deadline. I would say that this process has to get started ASAP to meet the 2031 deadline for the first game, home game for the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas. And that does require the process to start immediately.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Knowing that the process does have to start, it doesn't make sense to me to delay this. I appreciate the work that was done. There's a lot that goes on that each of us would like to be more involved in. But at this point, I think we have an opportunity for the legislature to be part of the decision-making process. I don't want to let that slip by. I'm planning to vote for this CCR.
Yield actually falls back to the Senator Harvey to close unless he'd like to yield to the Senator for Finney.
Happy to yield to the senator from Finney.
Senator for Finney.
Thanks very much, Senator from Harvey. I really do mean I'll be briefly. You know, sitting here listening to this, I really thought I might offer a substitute motion to relieve some of the senators from Wyandotte of their burden of having this project. I don't know who among us voted for the star bonds early. It seems like none of us did who were speaking. I certainly did not. You know, I always felt that if we could bring the Broncos to Western Kansas, I would certainly be in favor of that. But being a part-time citizen legislator, I have patience on Monday and Tuesday. I'd like to get there, and I'm starting to be concerned about this pace. But I have to trust the individuals who have been involved with this. I have to really delegate, which I'm doing on behalf of my citizens, to an entity like a sports authority. So being brief, I rise in support of this, and I will be a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for Senator from Harvey for yielding.
Senator Harvey, closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we've had a fantastic debate. We've heard various conversations around who approves of the Star Bond project, who voted for it years ago, the deal and how it came to fruition. But that's not the decision at hand today. You're correct. The senator from Miami is very correct. This bill was finished very late in the process. Matter of fact, by the time the House passed it, the Senate was already done with our committee work. We did have 2 informational hearings in our committee where we did talk about this extensively. Many of you were part of the conversations as the chairman and I worked together on this deal. Matter of fact, a number of these amendments actually came from the members in this body sitting here today to make this a better deal. But Mr. Chairman, in the end, it comes down to this. Voting against this is a vote in support of growing the executive branch and the bureaucracy that would exist by allowing unelected individuals move forward with the Kansas City Chiefs Stadium. A vote in support of this allows legislative oversight, creates significant guardrails, and moves us forward with an ongoing voice as the members of this board serve at the pleasure of the appointee. It allows us to have a voice for the next 60 years that this agreement will be in place at a minimum, that the legislators that come after us will continue to have a voice in directing this. I'm very supportive of this legislation, Mr. President. I'm very thankful to be able to be part of carrying this legislation, to know that myself and this body have the ability to move forward with legislative oversight of the largest economic development project in the state of Kansas. Mr. President, I urge the support of this body to vote for legislative oversight, to create the Sports Authority, to extend the Star Bond Act. And finally, I leave you with this. Go Chiefs.
We'll hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on House Bill 2518.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill creates, the CCR creates the Kansas Transparency in Consumer Legal Funding Act. What is that? Well, it establishes comprehensive consumer protections, imposes meaningful and enforceable prohibitions, and preserves access to a lawful financial option relied upon by injured Kansans while their legal claims are pending. So consumer legal funding, it's a transaction in which an injured person in Kansas receives funds to cover basic household and personal expenses while awaiting the resolution of a legal claim. Repayment to the company providing the funding occurs only if the consumer recovers proceeds in the litigation. If there's no recovery, the consumer owes nothing. So what the CCR does is it provides some guardrails. It requires clear, plain language contracts that are fully completed and initialed by the consumer, other protections like that. And one of the most important things, Mr. President, is that if a funder violates the act, the Attorney General could, after a hearing process, could assess a civil penalty against the company for up to $10,000 per violation paid to the state treasurer to be put in state general funds. And with that, Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2518, and I'll stand for questions.
For the motion, the explanation, are there any questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we'll hold for action and move to Senator from Pottawatomie, Senator Titus, on 2594.
Thank you, Mr. President. Conference committee report on House Bill 2594 contains the contents of Senate Bill 1, which I'm sure everybody will fondly remember from a year ago, which would opt Kansas out from participating in daylight saving time. The bill remains unchanged from when it previously passed this chamber and would only take effect if the state of Missouri also adopts a similar provision. So I'd be happy to stand for questions, and I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2594.
For the motion and the explanation, are there questions for Senator from Pottawatomie? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We'll move to Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on House Sub for Senate Bill 260.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House Sub for Senate Bill 260 is an elections package that basically got 40-0 votes here on the Senate floor. There was only one bill within this package that we did not hear, at least this year, and that was House Bill 2446, which is in part of this package. And it's a very simple part of the bill, which I'll explain in a moment, but it passed the House at 115-2. Here's the components of this CCRB. It, first of all, would permit a candidate for school board, city official, or community college to withdraw their candidacy either because of a severe medical hardship on the candidate or the candidate's family, or if the candidate filed for office and moved out of the district. It also, if a candidate dies on or before September 1st of the election year, their name would be withdrawn and not printed on the ballots. And it would also authorize a withdrawal of a candidate from any national, state, county, or township office if the nominee certifies to the secretary the nominee does not reside in Kansas or the county district where the candidate was nominated. Second part of the package, vacancy in a joint candidacy of governor and lieutenant governor. We had this situation earlier, actually it was last year, where after filing a joint candidacy for governor, one of the, either the governor or lieutenant governor drops out. That vacancy occurs, and that candidacy would end. They would have to be, they would have to go back through the process and do the filing fees and everything else. This is the part that I referred to that we didn't have a chance to hear, but it's very simple. It would amend the definition of corrupt political advertising to remove the requirements to list the treasurer in paid for or sponsored by attributions in political advertising. The bill would require the name of only the chairperson of sponsoring organizations to be on such communications. And then the fourth part of this package, expenditure for vendors. This simplifies our campaign treasurer's report so that any payment made by to an advertising agency, public relations firm, or political consultant would require the treasurer report to only have to show the amount, date, and purpose of each expenditure. This prevents from having to report sub-vendors and create a terrible situation for our treasurers to go down a rabbit hole of reporting. And the final part of this bill allows for the elections for members of board of directors of irrigation districts of more than 35,000 acres to be conducted by mail ballot. And with that, I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Sub Senate Bill 260 and stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, or Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I do want to thank the chair of the committee for bundling bills that were passed responsibly and that we can all support. And I do recognize that the one that was not passed by this body is just the one about having to name your treasurer. I think a couple of people may pick someone to put on the campaign notice that may not actually do the work of the treasurer. So this all makes sense to me, and I can support this CCR. Thank you.
Are there further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We'll now discuss the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2413 and request the Senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2413. I'll remind the body that we've seen all 4 of these bills, and they've all passed with very high vote counts, 40-0, 39-1. House Bill 2513 defines feral cats, clarifies animal cruelty, allows for the trap, neuter, and release. Also helps protect our volunteers, our animal shelters, and our animal activists. House Bill 2413 and 2422 update our state laws for grain and livestock theft. This bill helps protect our farmers and ranchers, and the bill also includes farm implements. And of course, Mr. Chairman, the darling of the 2026 legislative session, Senate Bill 454, Crush Transnational Repression, simply directs the KBI director to train KBI agents on transnational repression, sets forth enhanced policies, directs the KU and K-State to have policies around transnational repression. I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions for the Senator from Jackson? Seeing no questions, we'll hold for final action. Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, on House Bill 2333.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2333 would establish the Kansas Intellectual Rights and Knowledge, or KIRK Act, providing a civil cause of action and penalties for violations of such act, and authorizing students and student associations to exercise political and ideological beliefs, values, and missions. It was not amended in conference. So with that, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2333, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Seeing no questions, we'll hold for final action. Chair recognizes the Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, on Senate Bill 435.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This Conference Committee report contains 3 bills related to financial institutions and pensions. We've seen all 3 of these bills in the chamber. The base bill, Senate Bill 435, is an administrative cleanup bill requested by the KPERS Board of Trustees. It updates and aligns existing statutes for employers under KP&F. It repeals redundant sections that govern working after retirement, and it allows the board to elect both the board chair and the vice chair. This passed the Senate 40-0 and the House 118-0. The second bill that we added to this Conference Committee report were the contents of Senate Bill 232, which adds the definition of investment options available to the KPERS Board of Trustees and its management of the Treasurer's Unclaimed Property Fund. Senate Bill 232 affirms the use of certain debt securities issued by foreign governments subject to defined safeguards. We retained the House's amendment to clarify that the countries in which investments would be prohibited would be the countries defined in our statute under Countries of Concern Divestment Act. This passed the Senate 36-4. Lastly, we added the contents of Senate Bill 524. This is a trailer bill for the public monies pooled method legislation that we enacted last session, which established the Kansas Collateral Pool for securing governmental deposits. The Treasurer's Office worked closely with the Bankers Association, the Federal Home Loan Bank, and others to implement the bill from last year. The reason this is a trailer bill is because we discovered some inconsistencies that were identified in the implementation of that bill. So Senate Bill 524 was brought to us to assist with that. It passed the Senate 40-0. We did add some additional language to assist the Treasurer's Office in establishing the fund to operate the public monies pooled method. And that was the only amendment we added. So, Mr. Chair, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 435, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing no questions, we'll hold for final action. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, on Senate substitute for House Bill 2402.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate sub for House Bill 2402 would require certain school districts to annually consider participation in the Community Eligibility Provision, or CEP, of the National School Lunch Program. It was amended in conference to include language requiring that only school boards with one or more schools with at least 50% of students eligible for free lunch through direct certification would need to annually consider CEP. It would also add clarifying language that determination of students who qualify for free lunch would be those who only qualify through direct certification. The Conference Committee also added Senate Bill 384, which would change various deadlines within the Public Innovative School Districts Act. It was not amended in conference. With that, Mr. Chair, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate sub for House Bill 2402 and will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing no questions, we'll hold for final action. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on House Bill 2626.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a veterans package coming out of the Senate Select Committee for Veterans Affairs. And remember, we only had opportunity to meet about 3 times this year, so we had to work very quickly. But we put together, I think, a bundle that will help veterans here in the state of Kansas. First of all, there was one of these bills that we did not hear on the in the committee, but we did add to the package because it's a good act, and it requires no state funds, and that would be relating to creating a registry kiosk of Kansas military forces killed in action or who died of wounds incurred in active duty to be placed here in the State House in the Visitor Center. This would be accomplished with private funds, nothing out of the state general fund. We did not have time to hear it in the Senate committee, but it came across the House floor at 121-1. And again, it would be a great honor for our killed in action military forces from Kansas. In the second bill of this 5-bill package, 2767 is establishing, well, we already have a Kansas, pardon me, Military Affairs Commission. This just adds 3 members. 2 of those members would be appointed by the minority leaders of the House and the Senate, and 1 additional representative would come from one of our counties where we have active military bases like Leavenworth, Sedgwick, Shawnee, Riley, or Geary. So it just expands that commission by those 3 members. On the third portion of this package, it allows for permissive preference in private employment, say that fast 5 times, for any military veterans and their spouses who live here in Kansas, and allows for businesses to opt to hire those people as a preference. And the eligible spouses would just have to provide some documentation showing that they were a spouse of a military member. The primary vehicle 2626 is similar. It relates to government employment preference and expanding that preference to include members of the Kansas National Guard and their spouses. The same applies for the eligible spouses there. That passed the Senate here at 40-0. And the final part of this package regards allowing for private companies, private sector companies that assist veterans in filing for the disability claims. These companies do so quickly and efficiently. There's about 140 of these companies nationwide, and in many cases, they get additional benefits for our veterans. Now, the services are already provided for free by the VFW and Office of Veteran Services here in Kansas, and they do a great job. But the concern was that there are some bad actors in this sector. And so by putting guardrails around this, and the company that came to testify asked for us to put these regulations on to prevent bad actors from taking advantage of veterans. If the veteran applies for benefits through one of these companies, if they don't get any additional benefits, they don't pay a fee. Any of the fees are disclosed up front, and if they do get additional benefits, the fee is on a prorated basis based on the percentage of increase that they get. This also provides for a discount if they're paid in cash. There's a prepayment program, and we put a cap on the fees at $12,500. Currently, some of those fees could go upwards of $20,000, so we're helping with that. That is essentially the package. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2626, and I'll stand for questions.
Other questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I have a question. I do appreciate information that was just passed out on our desk about supporting this, but I've received a number of emails asking me to vote no on the whole package. They are saying they would prefer a vote no on this CCR than the part of the bill that talks about these private companies being allowed to vote or at all encouraged by this. They comment that the legislature spent less than 90 minutes in total on the committee hearings from proponents and opponents, and in the Senate, not all opponents were able to testify. So I certainly support veterans. My parents were both veterans, but at this point, I'm unable to support it because of that one provision. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have received several emails, so I just wanted to read a little bit of that. It says, I respectfully ask you to not support CCR HB 2626. This week in the conference committee, 5 bills were bundled to include one bad bill, which was House Bill 2214. In my opinion, this is a poor practice as an attempt to get passed, and if it's not passed, to make members appear that they don't support veterans. Most veterans that I have spoken to would rather that this bill not pass than allow 2214 to pass. Voting no is not a vote against veterans. As he was saying, as an Army veteran over 27 years in active duty, I believe individuals should have the choice to work with either a veteran service organization at no cost or for a for-profit company when asking for assistance. However, I do not believe that House Bill 2214 is ready to move forward in its current form. He talked about those 90 minutes both combined in the House and the Senate in that hearings, but says choosing not to pass House Bill 2214 at this time would not prevent those companies from operating in Kansas. Instead, it would give the state time to see the outcomes of the lawsuits that are involved with these companies that have testified, as well as to allow the litigation in other states to be resolved. In my view, the bill appears to have been rushed due to the legislative session timelines. I respectfully recommend withholding House Bill 2214 for now and allowing all stakeholders to come to the table to craft the best possible legislation rather than passing a bill that may not be ready. So with that, I am concerned with that piece. And again, when there's 5 pieces of legislation in there, I just have a lot of heartburn with this one.
Chair recognizes Senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll let the carrier of the bill discuss the Louisiana lawsuit, which is not relevant here, but I'm a veteran. And this discussion, debate has been in the veteran community for many decades, as long as I've been around. This is a good bill, and I commend the industry for wanting to be regulated. This bill protects veterans from bad actors, and there's a few of them out there. It ensures that fees are contingent upon a successful outcome, and again, that's what these companies are all about. It prohibits upfront, non-refundable fees. That's a good thing. This is a good bill because, again, it bans questionable practices. It prohibits access to veterans' private financial account information, and it implements a fee cap. Again, a good bill brought to us by the businesses that are in this sector. So I support this bill. Again, this debate's been around for many decades. This is a good bill because it puts guardrails on these companies, and I applaud the industry for bringing this forward.
Chair recognizes Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, as a live veteran here in the chamber, I'm highly supportive of this. You know, you might remember, Mr. Chairman, once on a late night, we had something called the Veterans Valor Bill. And it packaged about 4 bills that really were helpful to veterans with a bill that helped the Genesis Health Club. And quite fortunately, in the House, we torpedoed that by sending it back to committee that night. This bill, in contrast, does not have rather random, spurious legislation packed into it in order to get a bad bill through. These are all very good bills for us veterans. We did have lots of time in the Veterans Committee, and I commend the chairman for finding the time in this session for the Veterans Committee to meet in a very timely way and to thoroughly vet this. We had excellent testimony. Representative Rick James, Sergeant Major James from the House, testified forcefully that twice he used these private companies and was very successful in his claims. We had a second member of the House testify. Again, I agree with my colleague that these companies brought this to us in order for the very legitimate companies to do business to help veterans. My own personal experience has been with the free service. It's free in name only because we put $1 million+ into it from our own budget. But I'm glad it's available to veterans, but I was unsuccessful pursuing that avenue. I believe in free enterprise. I believe in choice. And we owe it to our fellow veterans to give them choice. I'm somewhat resentful of those who would imply that veterans don't know better, that we can be bamboozled by advertisements on TV. I reject that summarily. We have served our country. We understand the issues, and we understand the sacrifice that we and our fellow veterans have made. One of my favorite things to say when individuals thank me for my service is, we all gave some, but some gave all. And to those who are living, who've given some or nearly all and have a disability, they deserve this opportunity to get the maximum settlement they can really to help them and to honor their service. And using these companies is certainly an opportunity we need to give to all veterans. So I stand in support of the entire package, but I do not think it should be derailed by folks who are trying to poke holes in what is otherwise a very good bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there additional questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, would you like to close us?
If I may, Mr. Chair, yes, I appreciate the comments, the clarifying comments from Senator from Finney and Senator Jackson. They both made great points. And I just want to close out by saying that there are a number of veterans on this committee. We wouldn't do anything that we would consider that would hurt veterans. This is just giving veterans an option to choose from. It's not mandatory. It's just an option. And the Office of Veterans Affairs here in Kansas and VFW do a great job. But again, free enterprise and recognition of that dictates that we give our veterans every option that they can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, we will hold for final action on House Bill 2626, and we will call the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, on House Sub for Senate Bill 356.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Sub for Senate Bill 356 is very simply adopting and codifying proposed rules and regs for sports wagering for our Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission. In 2024, we passed a law that required that any proposed rules and regs for the economic impact statement indicates that it would result in $1 million or more in implementation and costs, that those regs be placed into law, and here we are in this situation. This passed out of committee unanimously and came across the floor as a consent calendar item, and I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Sub for Senate Bill 356 and stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing no questions, we will hold for final action. And body, if I could have your attention for just a second, I would like to take a point of personal privilege. As I closed on House Bill 2466, I made a statement that a vote against House Bill 2466 was a vote to increase bureaucracy in the name of the executive branch. It's inappropriate for me to impugn anybody's attention on how they choose to vote on this bill or any other bill. And so I apologize for that. There are many reasons to vote for it and many reasons to vote against it. And so I just simply ask for you to accept my apology on impugning anybody's motives in here. And now we're ready for final action, and we will move to final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: Conference Committee report on House Bill 2466, 2518, 2594, Senate Bill 260, House Bill 2413, House Bill 2333, Senate Bill 435, House Bill 2402, House Bill 2626, and Senate Bill 356. The clerk will read the titles.
House Substitute for Senate Bill 260, an act concerning the Department of Health and Environment Office of Vital Statistics. House Substitute for Senate Bill 356, an act concerning firearms. Senate Bill 435, an act concerning retirement and pensions. House Bill 2333, an act concerning insurance. Senate Substitute for House Bill 2402, an act concerning education. House Bill 2413, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2466, an act concerning economic development. House Bill 2518, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2594, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. House Bill 2626, an act concerning veterans and military.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Luce. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus.
No on 2466. Aye on the balance.
Tyson. Warren.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I vote no on 2466. I vote no on 2594. And aye on the rest. Balance.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I vote no on 2466, no on 2594, and aye on the remainder.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
No on 2333.
Hold
No.
1 second for me, please. Sorry, I got a hold of the count. All right, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start over. No on 2333. No on 2402. No on 2626. Aye on the remainder.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aye to no on 260.
Any further changes in vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I voted against the original Star Bond bill because I was very concerned about abdicating the legislature's authority to negotiate a deal with the chiefs to the Secretary of Commerce. My greatest fears were confirmed in December 2025 when the deal with the chiefs was announced. It was the most lopsided deal in NFL history with no protection for Kansas taxpayers. Over 100 studies on similar stadium deals show these situations are a net negative for host communities, and I fear that taxpayers in my district will bear a disproportionate burden over the years to come, with increasing property taxes required to compensate for the loss of sales tax revenue necessary to fund local services. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. While our Commerce Committee was presented with a no-win situation and have done their best to improve the situation, in my mind, the creation of this sports authority is simply the final nail in the coffin for Kansas taxpayers on a deal that will live in infamy. I only hope this serves as a cautionary tale for future legislatures who will look back and wonder what the devil we were thinking. I vote no.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the senator from District 9, I represent 4 counties, including Johnson and Wyandotte, who would be most affected by the Chiefs project. Plus, I have the unique experience of having the Panasonic plant 2 miles from my home and the proposed Chiefs headquarters and practice facility in my district. I did not vote for the original bill, and I've had some folks in both counties ask me not to vote for the Chiefs project. But as was mentioned earlier, that ship has already sailed. So because of that, we're not doing that today, but what we're voting for is to put guardrails on this project by giving the people representation on the Sports Authority Board. Therefore, I vote yes. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Dickinson, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We often talk about making a good bill better in legislation. House Bill 2466 does just the opposite. It makes a bad concept of the state owning a sports stadium even worse by moving direct control of that sports stadium away from an elected official. Just like we don't directly control the Turnpike nor KU Med, we will not directly control this sports stadium. I support the use of star bonds in targeted applications, and it's regretful that that authorization is included in this bill. But I cannot give approval to an authority that has no direct legislative control over it. Therefore, I vote no on 2466.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to explain my vote on 2626. Also, I want to say I got this right before that, but I actually have a signed letter from our Attorney General with many others that are cautioning about some of these predatory programs. But so maybe I'm thinking my own thoughts. Why am I agreeing with our AG so many times this session? But while I appreciate the many good policies that are in this CCR, I believe the inclusion of House Bill 2214 was a poison pill. We heard during the committee process that these claim sharks target and take advantage of veterans throughout Kansas. We should be passing policies that protect veterans from these private companies that are trying to make a dollar off of those who sacrifice so much. I've heard from many veterans in my community who have shared their concerns about this bill. and they have urged me to vote no. This piece was not ready for prime time, and its inclusion in this CCR will have broad-reaching unintended consequences that may harm our veterans. I vote no.
Chair recognizes the senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With his permission, I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
So ordered. Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to explain my vote on House Bill 2626. I also appreciate the many good policies that are in this CCR, but have concerns with the inclusion of House Bill 2214. I understand that there were a number of amendments rejected in the House that could have worked to establish some better guardrails. And also, I want to respect the vote on this bill in the House from my representative who is a veteran.
Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding 2466, economic research over the past 30 years indicates that subsidized stadiums typically do not yield net benefits for the host or surrounding communities or the state. Bringing in the Chiefs to my home county would be a great accomplishment if it could be shown to the contrary, that there would be some benefit conferred instead of what regrettably will be an increase to our tax liability. Kansas City Chiefs are a staple to the metro area and to Kansas and to Missouri. Regrettably, I and my taxpayers who are aware of what this means to us cannot support 2466. As I said also earlier, Mr. Chair, during this discussion, we looked to federal legislation that would prohibit something called the Home Team Act to iron this out so no other community or state will have to go through these failed and costly experiments that that Wyandotte County and our surrounding area will ultimately suffer. Also, Mr. Chair, with his permission, this is just incredible. I would appreciate being added to the remarks, the very articulate and insightful remarks of the gentleman from Johnson, Senator Thompson, regarding this same measure.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In spite of the use of the word devil, with his permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
So ordered. Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Explanation of vote on HB 2466. I want the economists and all the analysts who have reviewed this deal to be wrong, but I can't overlook the details, the information, the data that show this project is alarming and very concerning. Everyone loves the Chiefs and wants them here, but it has to be through a plan that makes sense, not a massive giveaway to billionaires that saddles the taxpayer. What's clear is this is a deal that was struck by lobbyists and wealthy folks for a project that will benefit wealthy folks and gives a massive tax break to wealthy folks. The Hunt family who lives in Texas has an estimated net worth of $24.8 billion. This deal gives them one of the largest public subsidies in history. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep focusing on making life more affordable for Kansans. I vote no. And I do have explanation of vote on 2626. I come from a family of veterans and pondered at length over this bill, but there are problems with it, and ultimately I was encouraged by those same veterans not to support it, so I vote no.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I change my vote on 2402? Is it allowed to do at this point?
You can do that.
Okay, thank you. I want to change from a no to an aye. Thank you.
Yep. Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Explanation of vote on 2626. I was on the committee and I voted no for 2214. I do agree with some of my colleagues that this bill should not have been in the arsenal of other bills to get this forward and passed. And I did vote today for this grouping, as I did feel it needed to move forward, but I'm disappointed that 2214 was in this bill. Thank you.
Further explanation of votes. Chair recognizes Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rarely get up and explain anything as far as my vote, but I too want to just say that I want to thank the Senator from Johnson and all the folks on the Veterans Committee for working on this bill, but I had promised my veterans that I wouldn't vote for this if 2214 was inserted in it, so that's why I voted no. Thank you.
Further explanations of vote. Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With his permission, I'd like to join the comments of the Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Clem.
So ordered. Additional explanations of vote. Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing no changes of vote, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "39 having voted in favor and 1 against Senate Bill 260, 39 in favor and 1 against Senate Bill 356, 40 in favor and none against Senate Bill 435, 28 in favor and 12 against House Bill 2333, 31 in favor and 9 against House Bill 2402, 40 in favor and none against House Bill 2413, 30 in favor and 10 against House Bill 2466, 40 in favor and none against House Bill 2518, 36 in favor and 4 against House Bill 2594, 33 in favor and 7 against House Bill 2626. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2042. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on sub-HB 2114. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2116. The House announced the appointment of Representatives A. Smith, Turner, and Sawyer as conferees on HB 2043, HB 2044, HB 2046. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2365. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2509. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2479. The House announced the appointment of Representatives Estes, McNorkin, and Stogsdill as conferees on HB 2763. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on H sub for Senate Bill 229 and has appointed Representatives Tarwater, Ward, and Clayton as second conferees on the part of the House. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on HB 2521 and has appointed Representatives Humphreys, Williams L., and Osman as second conferees on the part of the House. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on HB 2651 and has appointed Representatives Humphreys, Williams L., and Osman as second conferees on the part of the House. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2601. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on S sub for HB 2372. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2462. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 361. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on H sub for Senate Bill 197. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2653 and requests the return of the bill. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2613 and requests the return of the bill.
On an agree to disagree, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley. Chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 229 to agree to disagree and request a conference committee be appointed. New conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. As second conferee on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Cali, Senator Alley, Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Miller. For recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. The House and Senate Education Committees will try to finish up conferencing upon recess of the second chamber. Thank you. In 212 North on all bills.
Additional announcements. Chair recognizes Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
The House Commerce and Senate Commerce will meet upon the recess of the second chamber in room 528.
Any additional announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Republicans will caucus in our usual room, let's say about 5:20. We're trying to get conference committee report briefs. They're not ready, but hopefully they'll be there in the next 12 minutes. So we'll caucus in 5:20 in our usual room, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 5:22 in our regular room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Mr. Chairman, I move the Senate recess until sound of the gavel.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate is in recess.
Senate will come to order. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2745 be amended and be passed as amended.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and House Bill 2745 be advanced to final action, subject to amendment, debate, and roll call.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. To carry House Bill 2745, Chair recognizes the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. There were amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. So 2745 is a revenue limit bill. What this legislation would do is put the cap back on that was repealed a few years ago in 2021. It is it does have some differences from that previous cap, though. What it would do is create a baseline of revenue from the previous year plus the Midwest CPI index or 3%, whichever's lesser. If a governing body wanted to increase above that, then it would kick off an automatic petition process starting approximately mid-August, and allow for petitions to be collected until September 15th. 10% of registered voters in that taxing subdivision, if they are successful, they could block the property tax increase, and then the taxing subdivision would go back to revenue neutral. Revenue neutral is back in this language. The House had repealed it, but we put it back in. It has we extended the payment program until 2031 for local governments. The revenue neutral sheet could be signed. Copies could be made. There will be a signature for the petition process to make it easier. The petition process is what the House had sent us, and that means that it's not like your normal petition process. You don't have to have it notarized. All of those cumbersome things that you have to do with a normal petition does not occur. We also changed the budget dates for schools to be in line with everybody else on October 1st. Mr. President, with that, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Lynn. Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. President, for a chance to voice my opposition. For growing counties like mine, we do a lot of things through growth and annexation. We also have several, I'll call them tax deferral projects that we typically use, TIF and things like that. When those tax deferral mechanisms come off, we really need to capture that revenue because we've provided services, water, fire, sewer, police, and the entity, the public entity, needs to recover those costs. So in a county like mine, we're talking millions of dollars that would be impeded by this approach. Now, I've been watching the tax committee, and I appreciate the work of the tax chair, which is, she just is inexhaustible in her efforts. But essentially, I do have a specific question for the tax chair. Is this essentially a CPI cap? Is that what it boils down to, Mr. President?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess it could be considered that, but no, it allows the governing body to exceed if the petition is not successful. And it doesn't mean that they'll always petition. If the governing body needs to build a bridge or needs to do X, Y, and Z, they just educate the community, and there may not even be a petition executed.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate that answer. And I agree, taxing entities need to make a case if they are going to exceed CPI. However, well, we understand those things here in this chamber. The voters don't always understand that. And what I see happening is a very activist, vocal minority will get this petition every single time on the school, on the community college, on the county, on the city. Whether it's good policy or not, they will act to get a petition against whatever budget comes out and then stop it. And what do we do to that entity? We push them back to R&R. They don't even get CPI. So in my mind, this could result in a constant R&R for a taxing entity. And if you're in a growing community where you need more schools, or you're in a city where you have to increase fire protection, police protection, you're going to be stuck in your revenue. I mean, literally stuck. So what will entities do? They'll go to CPI, or they'll just say a shade under it, which I understand, but sometimes insurance for an entity goes up 10%, not the CPI. Sometimes you're negotiating with your fire and police unions, and the benefits package goes up considerably, and we are not allowing those entities to be able to have the flexibility, knowing their local situation way better than we do here at Topeka, in order to make those adjustments. So I really see this as an opportunity for tyranny of the minority. We here put a lot of policy into our budgets, and our local entities are thoughtful people, and they do the same. And I don't always expect the citizens to understand that. I can go out and justify a new fire truck if I'm in a town of 200, but I don't expect the citizens to understand the need for getting rid of all the lead water pipes or other expenses that come along. So for those reasons, I just cannot support this. I really appreciate the work of the tax committee and the tax chair. But for me, this is such an imposition on local control, on local knowledge that we don't have here in the 66612 area code, and I will be voting against this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Clem.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, and I appreciate the words from the good senator from Finney. So I do feel like there's some data points that are probably going to be helpful to the conversation. Having had conversations with folks out west, city managers, as well as in my own area, I can tell you what I've learned in that process is 5% and above are built into repayment of bonds is just a good example. So we're already building in egregious rates into paybacks based on valuations, based on mill rates going up at an excessive rate. I would say that one of the things that comes out of this piece of legislation is some controls. And we talk about all 105 counties in the state of Kansas. Every time you knock on the door, the concern is we have out of control, whether it's mill rates, property tax, just taxes in general. And I think when we think about what we're trying to accomplish, putting some guardrails on things allows us to make responsible decisions, fiscally responsible decisions, and sometimes those guardrails on locals is meaningful. Can they tell their story? Can they raise rates? Can they raise the mill rates to whatever they want? They have to sell that. They have to educate that. And the 10% that we're talking about of registered voters versus 10% of an election are very different numbers. That's a much harder number to get to. And I do feel like when we have that conversation around the tyranny of a minority, I don't think those words are inaccurate, but it's not as imbalanced as what it seems. And I think guardrails are going to be helpful in this situation. And I just wanted to put in my 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions for the Senator from Lynn. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciated the opportunity to discuss this, but in fact, the committee just moved this bill out of committee this morning. So we had been asking some questions in committee. I understand, again, that this sets a dollar limit for how much money a taxing subdivision or entity can collect to be revenue neutral plus the Midwest CPI. And if they want to collect more than that, they would be subject to a petition. Is that true for a community if you've added a new housing subdivision and you're collecting some additional, or those houses are paying property taxes, the city is putting in some new services, providing services for that area. They may even need to expand a fire station. But this bill would not allow that city to spend $1 more above that CPI or the 3% than they had the year before if a petition is filed. Is that the case?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, the petition would have to be successful in blocking that increase.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the petition needs to be signed by just 10% of the qualified voters in that area?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. It would be 10% of the taxing subdivision. We could have gone with what the House did. The House did 5% of the Secretary of State's race, how many voters participated in that, or we could have gone with other numbers. But we set the threshold a little bit higher than anybody else had considered at this point. And the reason we did that was because we made it easier for the petition process. And we felt like that it should be a little bit higher bar in order to block the budget. And there was a couple comments made. Revenue neutral passed in 2021, and it may be very difficult, but my home county has never exceeded revenue neutral since it went into place. So it can be done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So my understanding is that this would affect school districts and puts in some particular dates for that. So what date would the school district have to submit their intent to go above revenue neutral to their county clerk?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. It doesn't change any of those dates. I think August 10th is the date that those are due, and that's when the petition process would start, is August 10th.
Senator from Douglas.
So, Mr. President, I'm trying to understand if the budget is due on the 10th and the petition process starts, then the counties would have to have a little time to put together the paperwork and send out that revenue neutral rate after August 10th?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's some confusion. So their budget, the actual budget, is not due until October 1st. The intention to exceed revenue neutral, and should 2745 become law, the intention to exceed a revenue limit would be in August.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is that intention just in general? We intend to go above revenue neutral, or is it a specific amount required to be stated?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. They have to state the maximum amount that they plan to increase.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in some ways, they're going to have to know a lot about their budget at that point to be able to provide that amount. And this is how cities do it. They set a maximum amount, But then you don't have that flexibility to have set a maximum amount, have some public hearings, understand where cuts can be made, because the petition is going to be based on the maximum amount, not even necessarily what a city is doing. So the senator from Lynn explained that they were sending some petitions out. So petitions would be sent to property owners with their revenue neutral rate, but not to every qualified voter in that district.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The revenue neutral letter would only go to property owners. However, there is notices that would be made available on the website and other provisions that were in the House. We did not remove any of those.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still a bit concerned that some of these voters would get a notice in the mail. Others would have to be paying attention or look on the website or read their paper. So I have not kept up with all my reading and did look more specifically at part of this language that talks about sending those out. And so I'm looking on page 2, starting on line 19, which says only registered voters registered in the applicable taxing subdivision may sign and return the protest petition. Then it goes on to say, copies of the unsigned petition that is included with the revenue neutral rate notice may be made and used by more than one such registered voter who is an owner or occupant of some property. So is that saying that as I'm going to get these revenue neutral notices because I'm a property owner, I'm also a landlord, so I can give copies of this to my tenants, but I can't give copies to my friends?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. You can give that copy to anybody you please. You can take a list of petition around and get as many signatures as you want.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's what I thought we were doing when we had the discussion in committee. But in fact, what the language says is copies may be made and used by more than one such registered voter who is an owner or occupant of such property. I don't think we meant to include those words. And with that, I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
It just arrived on my desk, so I will turn it in. It's 4645.
All right, we'll hold. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I can explain this amendment. I know they're handing out the copies. And the amendment's not going to help you, or the language is not going to help you if you don't also have a copy of the bill, because it's simply saying that I move to strike all after voter in line 22, and by striking all before the period in line 23. And so what this would strike is it's just striking the words, who is an owner or occupant of such property. So what this means is, I think what the committee had intended and the senator who's carrying the bill had intended, that copies can be made and distributed of the petition, and they are not limited to being made for someone who's an owner or occupant of such property.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will thank the good senator from Douglas and save a lot of people some time. It is a friendly amendment, and thank you for catching it.
Questions, other questions for the care of the amendment? Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why would a revenue neutral rate notice be sent to someone who's a renter? I'm asking the senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not asking that it be sent to a renter. I'm just saying they are qualified voters. They have the ability. So this is not requiring that anything be sent. It's just saying if you get a copy in the mail because you are a property owner and you want to share it, there's no limitation on who you share it with.
Senator from Finney.
I appreciate that answer. I just think, it gets mailed in error to this address. Again, a non-owner is not going to get an R&R letter. It's going to go to people who are paying property taxes. So I agree with the ability to disperse the knowledge of the petition, but I question the actual impact of this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further questions? Seeing none, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. It turns out that renters pay property taxes through their rent. I think this just better reflects the intent of the committee to allow copies to be made and distributed. I move my amendment.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. This does not make me feel any better about the underlying bill. I think we still have a situation where we are letting 10% of voters in a district limit the amount of an increase in taxes. And it's a limit that doesn't allow those communities who are growing to use some of property tax collected on new growth for new services for those very properties. We heard a lot of concerns about how bonding works and how this may affect that. We're asking to have entities have to establish their maximum rate above, if it's going to be above revenue neutral, weeks earlier than they might otherwise have to do. It's in having people set a maximum that they may not even have to use. We also talked in the committee about an opportunity to have an election, so it could be 51% of the voters deciding. But this lets only 10% of the voters decide. If you lived in a community where the commission was elected by 75% of the vote and people were excited about some opportunities that were discussed for new plans for that community, then the 10%, which is less than the number of people who didn't vote for that commission, they could stop any increase or expenditures that that community wanted to make. I appreciate these efforts to try to address property taxes, but this one I think will create more problems than it can fix. Thank you.
Senator from Finney for the second time.
Mr. President, thank you for a second bite at the apple here. I do have a question for the bill carrier. I see she's standing. Just so there's no confusion in the chamber, would the bill carrier answer this question? Does maintaining R&R increase revenue in any way to a taxing entity?
Senator from Lynn.
Revenue neutral, it is the amount of property taxes collected in the previous year.
So, Mr. President, just for clarity, I understand from the bill carrier that there would be no increase in the next years. Is that true?
Senator from Lynn.
The revenue neutral, that's how it currently works. It's the local government can send out a letter and exceed revenue neutral. They just have to have a public hearing, pass a resolution, and a recorded vote. The letter notices obviously have to go out also. This is in addition to revenue neutral. This is a revenue limit. It would limit the amount of property taxes collected from the previous year plus the Midwest CPI index or 3%, whichever's lesser. There's many states that have such limits. And like I said, Kansas has had these limits in the past. Taxpayers they're broken. And we need to take action in order to protect our taxpayers.
Senator from Finney.
Mr. President, I appreciate that answer and the expertise of the chair of tax. I did some math. I represent cities from 200 people to 1,000 to 30,000 is my largest city. My city of 30,000 has a very young population and many folks who choose not to register to vote. And probably we have about 16,000 registered voters. So 10% of that would be 3,200 people, which is a threshold. I think given the 45 days or so, if I calculate it right, that would be the time to gather petitions or return your R&R letter or go down to the clerk's office to get 3,200 signatures to reject the budget and return the entity to R&R despite increased salaries for police, increased cost of insurance, replacement of water systems and aging pipes. My 1,000-person city, only 140 people, and those smaller cities have an older population, so I'm presuming maybe 70% of the people are registered to vote, and that would mean 140 people could dictate to that city that they would stay at R&R, and in my smallest cities, 42 people could dictate that to a city of 200. So, and I think, knowing human behavior, I think once the activist group gets the idea of what we're enabling here, they are going to keep their taxing entity at the same revenue, and I think the bill would enact next year. I'll just presume it does. They'll be at the 2027 revenue until I'm dead, forever by this legislation. Hopefully the wisdom of a future legislature would recognize the problem or would be approached by so many entities who can't repair their pipes, who can't hire enough police to keep their city safe, that future legislatures would change this. So again, I think this is a CPI cap, and again, human behavior of those elected at the local level, and I've been a county commissioner for 7 years, I get it. They're going to go, as we've heard from the chair before, why wouldn't they just shade up to just below the CPI? I mean, that's human nature. And then they wouldn't have the R&R letter. That would be their budget. So we are dictating to local entities, all the taxing entities from Topeka, that they will be limited to a CPI cap. And that is not nuanced at all. Places are different, and the people elected locally know. And people knew where I live. They know where I live now. And when I was county commissioner, they stopped me in the store. They knocked on my door, and if they didn't like what I was doing, they had plenty of chances to knock me out of office. So, you know, I have a taxing entity in my district that has had 9 straight years of increased revenue. And I tell people when they come in to be about property tax relief, go to those meetings. Re-elect people who are not going to raise your revenue or your taxes at the local level. This is a tool, but I think it's a dangerous tool giving the tyranny of the majority to a very activist group that could really stymie any growth. It would risk bond ratings because of an inability to pay bonds off. And it would create a public safety problem because police and fire could not be hired because of keeping an entity at the 2027 revenue level for the foreseeable future. So again, I can't voice more strongly my opposition to this, and I thank you for the second opportunity, Mr. President.
Senator Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. The carrier of this bill and I have had really great conversations about taxation without representation, and so I just have a couple quick questions. And they probably discussed this in caucus, but my child made me tired, so I went and took a nap, just so you guys know. So my first question is, you know, the senator from Douglas had made me think of this. So if I were a landlord and I own 10 homes, I'm the property tax owner, but I'm one voter. I only can petition one as one voter. I can't have 10 petitions, even though I own 10 property taxes. Just quick question.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct.
Senator Barton.
Could the then, and maybe the senator from Douglas was alluding to this, so even if I'm not a property tax owner, but I am a registered voter, could I still petition?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is correct.
Senator from Barton.
Okay, and so then the last question I have is, you know, one thing that's been talked about a lot is a lot of these school bonds that keep passing, and we have farmers and ranchers who own ground in these school bond areas that are going to be drastically affected by bonds. And I'm not talking about bonds right now, but I'm just saying in general. But they don't get a vote because they don't actually live in that school bond district, but their land is in that school bond district. So my question is, if I live in Barton County, but I own ground in Russell County, can I petition for my land that went up in Russell County, even though I'm not a registered voter in Russell County?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, you have to be a registered voter of the taxing subdivision.
Senator from Barton.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate those questions, or answering those questions, and I'm not sure where I am. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in support of this. Do I want something even stronger? Of course. But I think people have to remember the reason for the state trying to impose property tax limits is because, well, at least in my personal opinion and experience, I've been to these meetings where there are hundreds of people who show up and talk about the problems they're having as a result of out-of-control property taxes. And I've seen commissions sit there and listen to them. Each person gets a minute to talk, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning and everybody's finally done. They wait them out, and then they vote up a property tax increase and they go home. That's not how it's supposed to be. They're not listening to the people, and they continue not listening to the people. It's a matter of cities having government, or counties having this government-centric thinking that it's more important to make sure they get everything they want than protecting the taxpayer who can barely pay their property tax bill. We need to do something here. You know, local control, I know a lot of people think it's sacrosanct. It is not. You look in the Constitution provides for the incorporation of cities. And it's statutory home rule for counties. So we can do this. It's just a matter of how we do it so we can respect their ability to be able to raise revenues when they need it. But when they don't, if they're not doing their job, if they can't seem to budget well enough to get their budget under control and respect the taxpayers, then we've got to do something. So I feel like this is a good step, and I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, you may make closing remarks. Or you may yield to the senator from Douglas.
Mr. President, I'll yield.
For the second time, Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I missed one reference on my notes, and that was this bill will go into effect upon publication of the Kansas Register, and that was a change that the committee made, I believe, this morning.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is in the Register. We did not amend this bill today. It was the other bill that we amended for the Register, but thank you.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my concern is really that we are talking about the Kansas Register, because if after publication in the Kansas Register, this will go into effect this year. That's a question. To affect this year.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will go into effect this year.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think our city commissions and county commissions were probably working on their current set of deadlines that they've been used to working with. And this means that they will have to have set their budget, or at least discussed it in time to understand if they want to exceed that revenue neutral rate and by how much. And I think to ask them to be able to do that by August of this year is putting a lot of pressure on those city and county commissions and the school boards. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, would you yield to Senator from Sedgwick?
I will, but I would like to respond to that really quickly, Mr. President. We didn't change the timeline on this. This is what they currently do with revenue neutral. So thank you, Mr. President.
Are you now yielding to the Senator from Sedgwick?
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. President. After caucus, I was leaning yes to this. I may in fact still be a yes, but I did get an email from city manager. I do represent Mays, which is a fast-growing area of the Wichita Metro, and they have a lot of concerns about this. Just some of the comments from this is that it presents a significant risk to municipal financial stability, infrastructure delivery, long-term economic development. In short, I'm not going to read the whole thing because, well, one, they didn't say that they're okay with me reading a whole thing that they sent me as an email, but I'm sure they probably do because I'm sure they'll send it out. But I feel like I just need a lot more time to talk with my people about this and see what they think and just wrap my head around it a little bit more. At this time I'm just I'm a little wobbly on it, but I do feel like maybe, I guess I'll stand here and be Senator Reichman for a minute. Maybe this one needs a little bit more of a hearing, and that way we can consider all the ins and outs about how this affects our local communities. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn for the close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard some interesting debate this evening, and this has been fully vetted. In fact, it's modeled somewhat after legislation that Kansas previously had. The House passed it. It was part of the working together, an assessment limit, a revenue limit. There's approximately 30-some states that have some type of limit on their government, either how they collect the taxes or the assessment limit. You know, I said earlier that our constituents, our taxpayers are broken. They're not broken. They may be broken-hearted, but they're pretty much getting to the point where they're broke. Their property taxes are through the roof. My home county, Lynn County alone, the assessment rates, the appraisal rates have increased approximately 91% in 4 years for residential alone. And the only thing saving them right now is that the county government has stayed revenue neutral for since 2021. In other counties, other governing bodies, your constituents are begging for something to be done on property taxes. We hear this all the time. There is not one of us in this chamber that have not heard from many of their constituents. This is a choice. Do we continue to run government as we are currently doing? Or do we put this in the hands of the voters, our constituents, to decide whether an increase is needed or if it's just a government want? This helps bring predictability to tax bills. That's one of the biggest things we've seen is you get your tax statement. You just had them a few months ago, not that long ago. Some of them shot up double digits. It's not sustainable. This tax shock has to stop, and this is one of the ways of putting the brakes on that system. Mr. President, I hope that the body can come to the conclusion that we're choosing our constituents and allowing them a voice in the process before their property taxes increase, a stronger voice than the revenue neutral, to complement each other.
Yep.
So,
Motion's been made.
motion's made, Mr. President. I close.
We will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following. House Bill 2745. Clerk will read the title.
Senate substitute for House Bill number 2745, an act concerning property taxation.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Argabright, Bellinger, Blasey, Blue, Bowers, Bowser, Clays, Clifford, Corson, Dietrich, Erickson, Fag, Valscadeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hill, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Miller, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I changed my pass to aye.
Any further explanation of changes? Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President. I originally supported this, but then after thinking about it, as I represent an area that has lots of farmers, people own ground from all over the place, I struggle with the fact that if I own ground in another county and it goes up drastically, or I own a house in another county and I'm not a registered voter there, that I can't petition it. I know it's hard to fix that issue, but it's just one that I just can't support, so that's why I'm voting no.
Any further explanation or changes? Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't believe in allowing a pass to go by, so pass to no. And an explanation of vote.
Please proceed.
I regrettably vote no on HB 2745. I have sought to deliver property tax reform for my constituents. I greatly appreciate this attempt to bring greater input and recourse for citizens to exert greater influence over out-of-control local spending. However, I have 3 concerns over the proposed bill. 1, the petition process risks being unworkable for county clerks. 2, the structure could have unintended and undesired impacts resulting in guaranteed increases. And 3, the language may disproportionately impact smaller taxing entities where even modest increases represent a larger percentage of their budget. Thank you to my colleagues for their hard work on this issue.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
I'd like to be added to the comments of Senator Shane.
Ordered. Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to add to the comments of Senator from Miami. Thank you.
So ordered. Seeing no one further seeking recognition, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (22) having voted in favor and 18 opposed. The passage of 2745, this measure having received the required constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Conference committee reports. Chair turns to Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson on Senate Bill 391.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 391 would prohibit any city or county from adopting or enforcing any ordinance or resolution that prohibits landlords from refusing to lease privately owned single-family or multi-unit residential or commercial property to a person because their source of income to pay rent consists in whole or in part of a financial payment through the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program, otherwise known as Section 8, or any successor program or any other housing assistance program in which the participation by a landlord is voluntary. It also would prohibit the city or county from restricting a landlord's ability to use or consider income qualifying methods like credit scores, credit reports, eviction history, property damage, criminal history, or anything like that to determine whether or not to lease that property. It will also prohibit the city or county from limiting the amount of a security deposit a landlord may require. And finally, prohibit a city or county from adopting an ordinance that would require landlords to grant an automatic right of first refusal to tenants. It was also make anything null and void of any of those ordinances upon passage of that of this bill. With that, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 391. I stand for questions.
You've heard the explanation. Questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator from Francis.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question for the Senator from Johnson is, were there any changes made by the House or in conference committee to the way this bill passed the Senate?
Senator from Johnson.
I do not believe so. I think it came out the same as it did from the Senate committee.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, my understanding is this is a bill aimed at attempts that have been made by members of our Lawrence community to try to address affordable housing in Lawrence. We have lots of renters who are getting payments through scholarships or through, federal loans to go to college. And those methods of payment are not being eliminated. But other residents who are competing with them for rental opportunities are now being told, if you happen to have a Section 8 voucher, you can't use that. So I don't think this is at all a bill that affects cities statewide. Only one proponent came to talk to us, an owner of, I believe, 4 apartment units in Lawrence. And their concern with Section 8 was not that they wouldn't get the money, it was that they had set up a program for application that didn't bend to that. So I was a no vote before, I'll be a no vote again. Thank you.
Any further questions for Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the comments. But there were other communities, including Wichita, I believe, that were considering other type of restrictions of this nature. The other issue is, can a city tell a private entity how to run a business? And particularly in this case, this business, if these restrictions were imposed, indicated that they would leave. And therefore, you would not have as much housing available. And in leaving, they would likely sell the property at a discount, meaning that property tax rates around there and valuations would actually go down. So it would have a negative impact on the community and the ability of people to find housing in that area. So with that, I've made the motion, and
we'll hold for final action. Next, we'll move to Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, for House Bill 2521.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would create a narrow expansion of the Kansas Tort Claims Act to include child placement agencies that contract with the Secretary for Children and Families. And what it would do is it would include providers who deliver child welfare services on behalf of the state of Kansas into the Tort Claims Act. So these providers, they deal with foster care placement, family preservation, reintegration, adoption, and other child welfare services. They operate under direct grants and contracts with DCF. They follow state policy and statutory requirements. And they basically perform functions that are fundamentally governmental in nature. So it would allow the Tort Claims Act to extend its coverage like it does to other mental health facilities, behavioral health facilities, to also cover these child placement agencies that contract with DCF. And in doing so, with this expansion, it would align legal liability with the reality of how Kansas delivers and provides its child welfare services today. So these agencies do not operate independently currently of the state. They are acting as agents of the state to fulfill statutory responsibilities that the state itself is obligated to carry out. And what we're hearing is that in the last few years, Kansas used to have 40 child placement agencies, 40. We're down to 14. And why is that? We're finding through testimony that child placement agencies are being, quite frankly, the expense of operating due to not having the legal liability coverage from the Tort Claims Act. Their insurance is going sky high. It's putting them out of business. Their insurance premiums are increasing even though there is no claim made against them. So with that, Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2521, and I'll stand for questions. Wait a minute, I just want to explain one other thing. I forgot what we did in conference. So it's been a long day, apologize. So in conference, if you'll remember on the floor when we debated this, when it came to us from the House, the bill had no sunset provision on it. It would provide this legal liability in perpetuity. So on this Senate floor, we put a sunset on it, and it was 18 months. So in conference, in order to advance the policy, the House wanted a 6-year sunset, and the conference committee put on a 3-year sunset. So it does sunset in 3 years. So if we learn, hey, this isn't working, we're going to obviously have to revisit the policy. So with that, then, Mr. President, I stand for questions.
Questions for Senator Johnson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's actually a perfect segue. I just wanted to rise to give my thanks to our chair and to our vice chair for really negotiating hard in conference to keep the sunset at 3 years. As the chair mentioned, it was 18 months, and I know in talking to folks that sunset was critically important to garnering support when this body first considered this bill. As was stated, originally there was no sunset in the House version, and so we really did hold firm on 3 years, which I think was really important to me that we have this sunset in place. And in exchange for going from 18 months to 3 years, we were able to make progress on a number of other really important priorities that we've seen run across the floor in these past couple days. So again, just wanted to rise to thank the chair and vice chair for their support in that.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, do you have any closing remarks? We'll hold for final action. We'll return to the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, for House Bill 2651.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is best described by why we need the proposed 2 changes in law that this CCR would put into place. So you might remember in November what that was 4 months ago. There was a driver who allegedly was drunk driving and killed a KU student who was out jogging, and the driver left the scene. But before that, get this, the driver was originally given a summons to appear for his felony DUI. He failed to appear on that, and he was given a PR bond. Well, you promised to appear and come back to court, and he was released. Well, guess what? He didn't come back. He failed to appear on that and was given a surety bond where, you have to pay some money to get out. And guess what? He failed to appear on that too. And when he came back, they did bring him back, but instead of keeping him, he was given another bond on a promise of, you promised to come back to court, right? And he left. And when he was out on that bond, his promise to come back, that's when he allegedly hit that pre-med student who was out jogging, and he left the scene. And this bill arises, or the CCR arises, because as it turns out, issuing a summons on felonies like this is standard practice in many of our counties across the state. So our citizens expect and deserve better. So the 2 key changes that the CCR would make to current law is, first, it limits the use of summonses instead of warrants on misdemeanor cases. This ensures that felony charges are always met with the issuance of a warrant, which reflects the seriousness of the felony offense and the need for appropriate oversight. It simply brings the authority, the prosecutor would have the authority, I should say, to issue warrants instead of summons. And so it gives the prosecutor additional authority to retain and keep that defendant, so we're not having them out doing other things when the seriousness of the underlying crime, they should be not out on bond or bail. The second thing is it specifies that any bond set on a warrant issued after a defendant fails to appear, so if you fail to appear, on a warrant, then you're going to set bond. We want to make sure that the bond isn't just your promise to return. So as you can see, it tightens up accountability for defendants who are charged with very serious felony offenses, and it makes sure that we're keeping Kansas citizens safe. So with that, Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2651.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens, for sub for House Bill 2357.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sub for House Bill 2357 would create and amend the law related to eviction proceedings for rental agreements subject to the Residential Landlord and Tenant Act. This requires an expungement of certain court records, allows a landlord to object to an expungement request, and to require consideration of mediation for eviction actions. This bill would also make a few other technical amendments. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2357 and stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Harvey? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Now the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson on Senate Bill 382.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 382 contains 4 bills. However, 382 and 383 were combined in the Senate Education Committee and passed this body as 382. So 382 would amend the definition of special teacher to include persons employed by a third party that has a contract with a school district to provide special education or related services. It also would require state assessments taken by virtual students to be administered by the student's virtual school. 361 would exempt foreign exchange students from open enrollment and authorize those students to enroll in the public school district in which their host family lives. 515 would allow the governing body of a non-public school to permit eligible students from a non-accredited private school to participate in activities governed by ks.gov on behalf of the non-public school. It was changed in conference to remove the amendment added on the Senate floor that would establish a moratorium on interscholastic contests, activities, and practices during certain times. With that, Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 382, and I stand for questions.
You've heard the motion and the explanation. Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. Conference Committee reports on Senate Bill 391, 2521, 2651, sub for House Bill 2357, Senate Bill 382. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill number 391, an act concerning private rental housing. House Bill 2521, an act concerning the Kansas Tort Claims Act. House Bill 2651, an act concerning children and minors. Substitute for House Bill 2357, an act concerning housing. Senate Bill 382, an act concerning education.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Falscado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Are there any explanations of vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
No on 391. No on 2521. No on 2651. Aye on the remainder.
Are there any explanations or changes? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you. An aye to no on 2651.
So ordered. Any further changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Thirty-seven having voted in favor and 3 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 382, 29 in favor, 11 opposed to 391, 36 in favor, 4 opposed to House Bill 2357, 32 in favor, 8 opposed to 2521, 28 in favor, 12 opposed to the passage of 2651. These measures having received the required constitutional majority hereby declared passed. At this time, I'm appointing Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson to replace Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator Douglas, Senator Francisco's conferees on 2043, 2044, and 2046. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are waiting for the House to send us more conference committee reports, as well as another opportunity to override another veto before we leave tonight. So we do have some time. So we're going to say Republicans will caucus at 8:30 in our usual room, and we'll have the Senate just adjourn until the sound of the gavel, probably. So with that, we'll yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 8:30 in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I move the Senate recess until sound of the gavel.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're in recess. Messages from the governor. Clerk will read.
Senate Bills number 358, 396, 427, and 473 have been signed. Approved March 27th, 2026. Respectfully, Laura Kelly, Governor.
Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2485. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2534. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on for HB 2731. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 84. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on SB 462, announcing adoption of HCR 5036. House Concurrent Resolution 5036, a concurrent resolution providing for the adjournment of the House of Representatives and the Senate for a period of time. Announcing action by the House of Representatives on SB 368, an act concerning income taxation relating to Kansas adjusted gross income, enacting the Healthcare Sharing Ministries Tax Deduction Act, providing a subtraction modification for qualified health care, sharing expenses paid by a qualified individual and certain qualified health care shares received by a qualified individual, amending KSA 2025 sub 79-32117, and repealing the existing section. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to SB 368, the bill be passed. By a vote of 87 yeas and 37 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of HB 2635, an act concerning health care, enacting the Pregnancy Center Autonomy and the Rights of Expression Act, providing statutory protection for the private nonprofit pregnancy centers and medical pregnancy centers to provide life-affirming care, support, and material resources, creating a private cause of action for violations of the Act, creating a right of intervention in legal proceedings challenging the Act, which was received and read on March 27, 2026. The people of Kansas have made it clear time and time again that they want government to stay out of women's private medical decisions. That means we shouldn't be spending tax dollars trying to interfere with very personal, very private medical decisions. That's why I am vetoing this bill. Therefore, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution of the State of Kansas, I hereby veto House Bill 2635. Laura Kelly, Governor of Kansas. A motion was made that HB 2635 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto, by a vote of 87 yeas and 35 nays. The motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
This constitutes introduction of HCR 5036. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our resolution that says the legislature will adjourn tonight and return on April 9th. I move the emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and House Concurrent Resolution 5036 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. It's like, we got a problem out there. The motion carries. On agree to disagree, Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, on 2412. Sorry, recognized on agree to disagree on 2412.
My apologies, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2412 to agree to disagree and request a new Conference Committee be appointed.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The second conferee on part of the Senate. Chair appoints the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House Bill 2635 basically is the pregnancy autonomy bill that we passed here on March 12, 31-9. Basically, all it does is it ensures that the more than 50 pregnancy centers serving women and families across Kansas cannot be targeted or forced by government officials to act against their beliefs. This evening, I was down in the visitor center. I was taking something out to my truck, and I saw one of our state employees walking out of the building with his two young daughters. They were about 2 and 5 years old. Reminded me of my daughters when they were little, and it also reminded me of how precious life is and that we should protect life. And I think this bill will help to do that. And with that, the veto message of the governor having been read, I move that House Bill 2635 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the motion. It is debatable. Are there questions? Seeing none, we are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Ellie. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Lou. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Begg. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Is the senator from Wyandotte in the building? Present. How about Senator from Barton? Do we have a? Okay. Senator from Sedgwick?
Mr. President, Senator from Wyandotte's on his way up the stairs. Thank you.
We'll wait. Are there any explanations? Any changes? Seeing none, we'll hold for the senator from Wyandotte. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. Any further explanation or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. With 30 having voted in favor and 9 opposed, 2/3 constitutional majority having been received, notwithstanding the governor's veto on House Bill 2635, the motion prevails and the bill passes. We will now move to conference committee reports. We start with Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on Senate Bill 462.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this CCR should be the last one I'm carrying this session or the last motion to concur. So with that, let's get underway. 462 combines 2 bills. One of them is 462, so I'm going to talk about that first. It creates a public nuisance claim may be brought by a political subdivision only if the alleged public nuisance is wholly contained within the jurisdiction of such political subdivision. So this prevents one, for instance, city suing, and it would impact then conflicts with other cities about what their position is on what constitutes a public nuisance. The House helped refine what a public nuisance is. If an alleged public nuisance is not wholly contained within a public subdivision, political subdivision, the Attorney General is the only governmental official or agency that may file a claim regarding such public nuisance, unless the Attorney General delegates in writing authorization to one or more political subdivisions of the state to file a claim regarding such public nuisance. The second bill, 463, is, if you'll remember, it's kind of the porch pirates bill if you're engaged in wrongful conduct on someone's private property and you get hurt, for instance, you trip over something, you fall on the ground and you end up injured. The bill would prevent you from suing the private property owner for negligence. The House narrowed the bill a little bit and provide some clarity in that regard, that we adopted their position. It doesn't apply retroactively to any claims currently when the bill would become law. And it does change that wrongful conduct does not include, so this is new, the wrongful conduct does not include conduct that constitutes a trespass onto private property if the person is under 18. The attractive nuisance doctrine applies, meaning there's an artificial condition on the land, so a swimming pool, a trampoline, an abandoned car that would be attractive for kids to play on. Then it doesn't prohibit a claim if that child gets hurt. If it's a natural condition on land, a pond, a lake, the woods, that's not the fault of the owner, then the child would not be able to proceed against the private property owner. With that, Mr. Vice President, welcome back. Good to see you here. Sorry, I got so startled that. So I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 462, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions of Senator Johnson? Senator Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It is good to see you back. Look, I'm going to be opposed to this conference committee report. I think both of these bills are really problematic and not something that we need to pass into law. With respect to the public nuisance piece, during the hearing on this on the Senate side, there's just been no evidence brought forward that these lawsuits are being brought by municipalities in a way that is abusive, in a way that needs to be reined in, or that these cases are not meritorious. So it's essentially a bill that is entirely just a solution in search of a problem. I mean, this is just us adding something to law that really doesn't need to be added, that there is no problem that was demonstrated that we needed to solve as a legislative body. And I've said this before in past sessions, so I may as well say it again on our last session. I am just stunned by this body that I think fashions themselves as being conservative, that we just allow the Attorney General's office to grow and grow and grow and grow, both in terms of headcount, both in terms of budget, and both in terms of their authority. I mean, it is just striking to me, again, that a limited government party would allow this one office to grow. Just another example, we did the budget yesterday. Everybody gets a 1.5% haircut except the Attorney General's office. So I just find that these bills are really problematic. With respect to what was 463, this would completely uproot what is the comparative fault regime that we've had in Kansas for well over 50 years. Again, it has been working well. There's no evidence that it has created any problems. This bill, if implemented, this CCR, if it becomes law, would lead to some really just absurd results that I think would strike all of us as just silly. So it could lead to a situation where if you used a fake ID to get into a bar and then you fell through the floor of the bar because the barkeeper had negligently failed to maintain the floor, failed to keep the premises safe, knew that this was a liability, and knowingly did not do anything, didn't correct it, whether it was either negligent or knowingly, that you would be prohibited from having any recovery because you could argue that you violated the law by using a fake ID to enter the bar. I mean, again, just absurd results. These bills are unnecessary. We should just vote this CCR down and get home that much more quickly.
Other questions? Seeing none, you've made your motion. Do you wish to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Remember, these bills help protect private property owners who have, through no fault of their own, wrongful conduct on their property and then are being sued when the wrongful actors get hurt through no fault of the property owner. And that would be on the trespass type bill. And remember, there is protection for those who want to nonetheless sue the private property owner because the wrongful conduct has to be related to how you got injured. So the injured party can always assert it wasn't related to the hole on your property, things like that. So it is a good balance. Comparative fault has been restored to current law because the House struck the part that would change comparative fault. So that's a non-issue. And on the public nuisance bill, remember, we as a state have entered into a settlement agreement regarding tobacco. If we had different municipalities suing to try to each get their own separate settlement, we would not have a global tobacco settlement in place to help educate kids. We would not have a global opioid settlement if each political subdivision wanted to pursue their own claims. So this really does help promote Kansas citizens and make sure that one entity isn't prohibiting protections and good results and solutions for the rest of the state. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Seeing no further questions, we'll hold for final action. Chair now recognizes the Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus. Senate Bill 84.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 84 would create the Supported Decision-Making Agreements Act. This act would allow adults or principals to enter into supported decision-making agreements to receive decision-making assistance with the adult's affairs from one or more other adults or supporters. So what this bill does is it fills in a gap for those individuals that need help with their everyday life decisions but are not in a position where they want to give full legal power of attorney to another party or where they need to come under a guardianship. So this bill has been worked on for a number of years, and it really fills a gap there where people need support but want to retain their legal rights. You can think of members in the IDD community and others like that. This bill would result in there would be formal paperwork. It would clearly explain what powers it offers. what it doesn't. There's confidentiality provisions. And this paperwork, though, is necessary with institutions like banks, insurance companies, and things like that in order for these people to bring in these other parties to help them navigate some of these systems. So with that, I would move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 84, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of Senator from Potawatomi? I recognize the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have to say, this is such an amazing bill. The good senator from Potawatomi is right. I remember as a freshman, my very first year in this building, there was a family that came to me about this legislation, and it ended up being the first bill that I carried on the House floor as a new representative. And so I've kept in touch. Every year we talk about this bill, and to see it finally come across the finish line is a very special moment, I know, for that family and the groups that are pushing this. So I'm super proud of the committee that worked on this. I'm super proud of this legislation. I want to thank the carrier for bringing it, and I will be a resounding yes on this bill, and can't wait to see this finally cross the finish line. I want to thank everybody that worked on this bill. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. A question for the senator from Potawatomi. So I, in Wichita, I represent the Cerebral Palsy Foundation and another facility with people with physical disabilities. And so I rise in support of the legislation, but I wanted to ask, so the form that they would fill out, would that be presented to them automatically, or is that something they'd have to ask for, and just what is that process? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or
Senator
Mr. Vice President.
I don't have the answer to that right now. There are requirements for what has to be in the agreement clearly laid out in statute. So theoretically, an attorney could draft that. I suspect a group like the Judicial Council or Kansas Legal Services would also provide a template that would be easy for folks to access.
Further questions? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. The chair now recognizes Senator Sedgwick, Senator Erickson on Senate Bill 361.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Bill 361 would authorize Kansas to participate in the federal tax program for contributions of individuals to scholarship granting organizations, or SGOs. Starting January 1st, 2027, federal taxpayers with incomes up to 300% of the area median income can claim a dollar-for-dollar tax credit up to $1,700 per individual when they donate to an SGO. With that, Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 361, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions of Senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, we'll hold that for final action. Chair now recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson on House Bill 2587.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The House Bill 2587 is very, very simple. It just requires that the citizenship status be placed on your driver's license, either as a citizen or non-citizen. Very simply, we did not hear this on the Senate floor. It did cross the House 77 to 41. This would not require that we all rush out and get new driver's license. It would, as your driver's license comes up for renewal, you would simply go and get your new driver's license, and your citizenship status would be placed on there. Basically, if anybody has a real ID now, it's very simple. To renew a real ID, you just have to take one piece of paper that shows you still live where you live, and that's all the documentation in place. I just went through that this last summer. So it wouldn't place any extra burden on anyone doing so. And for those who are legal, non-resident aliens in Kansas, the expiration date is tied to their visas, I understand. So as they renew, it would just say non-citizen on this. This will just make it much easier for our county election officials at polling places to be able to see whether they've got a citizen or non-citizen coming up to vote. And anybody who does have a driver's license listed as a non-citizen and they show up at a polling place, they can challenge that if they claim to be a citizen, and they can vote a provisional ballot. And of course, that's going to take probably 6 years or longer for all of the driver's license to transition over to having this citizen or non-citizen status on the driver's license. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2587. I stand for questions.
Are there questions from the Senator of Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a question for the senator. So, this new measure, you said everybody doesn't have to run out and get a new driver's license. So moving forward, those would have, if this passes, they would have to have the citizenship on the driver's license. But, Mr. Vice President, what about if you're going to vote and you show your driver's license without it? How would that poll worker make that distinction?
Senator from Johnson.
That's a good question. And of course, in the transition, as we, like I said, over the next 5 or 6 years, because I think it's a 6-year renewal cycle, you go to the vote as normal, you show your ID. If you're on the voter rolls, you're in good shape. If you're not on the voter rolls, say somebody who's not a citizen is not on the voter rolls, or maybe they are, they can still vote a provisional ballot. Again, the voter rolls are being looked at constantly. We passed a bill here recently where the verification is being ongoing from the Secretary of State and county officials. So really not much would change at all. It just would eventually, everybody would have that status on their driver's license, but in the interim, really, if you're on the voter rolls, you're fine. And that's basically it, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson.
Thank you. A question. So during the House hearing, since we didn't have a Senate hearing, a representative of the Secretary of State's office cited a specific number of instances that non-citizens voting in Kansas election. Do you remember what that number was?
I believe, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, I believe it was about 10, somewhere in that neighborhood. So it's not a lot. However, you have to remember there was just recently the mayor of Coldwater, Kansas, was a non-citizen. I think he'd been voting for 25 years, so it does happen.
Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Yes. In his testimony on House Bill 2448, the original version of the bill heard in the House, a representative from the Secretary of State's office said that there had been 2 cases of non-citizen voting currently being prosecuted in Kansas, that there were 3 cases with possible charges and 10 investigations into a possible non-citizen data matches. While false positives are common with the voter file data matching, in all of these investigations and potential charges that were assumed to be non-citizens who actually voted during the same election year and not over many years that covers this investigation, the supposedly widespread issue of non-citizen voter rate in the 2024 election was 0.00001%. Also, when Kobach, as Secretary of State, tried to do documentary proof of citizenship in 2018, 35,314 eligible Kansas citizens were blocked with this bureaucratic red tape. Kobach's policy was found unconstitutional by the federal court, and he was sent back to remedial law classes as a result of this case. So driver's licenses are used in nearly every aspect of daily life: applying for a job, picking up your prescriptions, opening a bank account, or simply verifying age to buy a bottle of beer. Requiring citizenship status to appear on those driver's licenses would expose this information to employers, landlords, businesses, and private individuals, increasing the likelihood of misinterpretations, bias, and wrongful treatment. Does this legislation make it clear how various classifications between citizenship, permanent residency, temporary visas, or protective status would be distinguished?
Senator from Johnson.
It would just be citizen or non-citizen, and again, for temporary visas, if they happen to have a driver's license, it's typically tied to the expiration date of that visa. So I imagine that would be, in various instances, there might be different expiration dates, but it's very simple. Either you're a citizen or you're not a citizen. It's not a heavy lift, and we're all being encouraged to get these real IDs, and if you've had to go through that process, you have to take all sorts of documentation to do that so that you can travel through the TSA and easily, let's put it that way. So all this is doing is just one more marker. On my driver's license, I got a marker that shows I'm a veteran. I got a marker on my driver's license to show that, I've got the real ID. It's just one more thing on your driver's license, again, to help the county officials during an election process, just to ensure that we are legitimately having the voters who are allowed to vote. It's just a filtering process. And Kansas does have, by the way, a very good, solid voting system. We continue to be, I think, increasingly a model for other states. So this is just one more tool in the toolbox for our county election officials.
Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes.
So I think what I heard is that this legislation does not have anything clear to protect the status of those, whether they're here for temporary visas or they have protective status. And that would not be distinguished. This is just a bad idea. I think it's filled with hate. And I think there will be a lot of unintended consequences. I hope they're unintended. Let me just put it that way. But there are consequences, and Kansans will be hurt. As we saw previously before, over 35,000 Kansans were targeted and they were eligible to vote. So we want everyone who is eligible voting, and it is laws like this and practices like this that are disenfranchising and hurting our citizens.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So my question for the senator from Johnson is, what other forms of photo ID can be used when you go to vote?
Senator Johnson.
I believe there are other types of identification that you can have. We just recently approved something for homeless veterans. I don't know if that's on the books yet, but there are various forms of ID that you can utilize. They want to know that you live where you live and that you are an eligible voter.
Senator Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think what we require is a photo identification, and I know a tribal ID will work. Does a state identification that's the substitute if you don't have a car, you don't have a driver's license, and you have state identification, does this require that those state identification cards show citizenship?
Senator from Johnson.
This is in Section 2, it just talks about the current law for the driver's license. So I don't know that it necessarily deals with that. It may perhaps in the future, but as far as I can tell in Section 2, it primarily deals with what is required to be on your driver's license.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm one of those people who didn't have a driver's license until I was 38. And I started voting when I was 18. So that's probably 20 years that I voted without a driver's license. There's a lot of people that vote without a driver's license. So there's no good argument that this has anything to do with helping our county polling officials figure out if you should be able to vote or not. Because there are so many alternatives, because this will take some time. I'm, I guess, glad to hear that we don't all have to run out and get our driver's license changed, but I'm wondering why we would do that for the change in gender and not require that immediate change for this proof of citizenship. Is there a reason for that?
Senator Johnson?
I can't speak to that at this point. I would say that, I mean, that's two different topics, but part of the reason with the change of gender is that we felt like, as you recall, that's a fairly integral type identification, whether you're male or female, and if you let that go too far, you're going to have to require those driver's licenses be reissued at some point, and the attempt was just to keep that from proliferating too far down the road and create all sorts of issues. So that was a part of the reason with that. Again, this is not a situation where it's a dire situation like that one is, and maybe dire is the wrong word, but there was a sense of urgency not to let that situation proliferate. Whereas this, obviously, it's more of a common sense thing. As you re-register, you change the citizenship status, or add the citizenship status, sorry.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm glad we've decided not to use the word dire. I don't think it was that kind of a situation, but I think we're setting up two very different sets of requirements. This isn't really necessary. This isn't what a driver's license should be used for, is to prove that you have taken the tests and that you're allowed to drive. I don't think it's the way you prove citizenship. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. I think you indicated that this bill would only require non-citizens to prove their paperwork. Where is this in the bill?
Senator from Johnson.
No, what it says is that if a non-citizen shows up at a polling place and it indicates that they're a non-citizen on their driver's license, and they show it to a poll worker and say, well, actually, I am a citizen, then they can vote a provisional ballot. And it would give them the opportunity to provide that proof to the poll worker or the election official at that time. So that's what it says on the bill.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Follow up, what documents would be required to prove citizenship?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
The same type of documents you would have for a real ID. You would probably have to have a Social Security card, a birth certificate showing that you were a naturalized citizen or that you had become a citizen, some kind of documentation showing that you've gone through that process. Sometimes marriage certificates, things of that nature. I had to take my DD-214 down there to show I was a veteran so that I could get that on my driver's license. I remember carrying a bunch of documentation in there, but you feel like that's important to make sure that people know that I'm legitimately an electorate of the state, and I think that's the very least we could ask of people to do.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Okay, I understand that, but where does it say that, or is it specified in the bill?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
It would, it's in current law, basically.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Okay, so that is part of the problem, because what we're talking about here is a bill that says it's trying to address an issue, but with the way it's written, it doesn't strengthen election security, nor does it address any demonstrated vulnerabilities. Rather, it just comes about in different ways where it looks like it's more of a coordinated attack on civil rights and immigrant communities. And because of that, I have serious questions about really the intent of this bill, so I will be voting no.
Are there further questions? Seeing none, you've made your motion?
Yeah, yes, I believe I did, Mr. Chair. If I just may make one quick.
Go ahead and.
We got to remember the civil rights of voters are important too. In fact, sacrosanct. Every non-citizen who votes is disenfranchising one legitimate voter. And so even though it's a very small number, This is just one more tool in the toolbox to ensure that only those who are qualified legally to vote will vote. And I did make the motion, Mr. Vice President.
We'll hold for final action. Chair recognizes Senator Sedgwick, Senator Erickson on House Bill 2560.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Bill 2560 would authorize KBOR on behalf of Kansas State University to sell certain property described in the bill. Added to this bill is sub for House Bill 2798, which would authorize state educational institutions to promulgate policies approved by the Kansas Board of Regents, to execute contracts and other agreements for the operation, management, or support of facility programs or activities, procure goods, services, materials, supplies, printing, and insurance, and grant or convey right-of-way easements on land owned by the state educational institution. It would require institutions to maintain an inventory record showing all fixed and movable property. The Conference Committee amended the bill by requiring the procurement of architectural, engineering, surveying, and related design services to utilize a qualifications-based selection process and authorize a contractor to use an architect employed by or a part of the same business entity as such contractor if the institution's director of facilities reviews the architectural drawings to ensure compliance with the contract and the institution's building standards. With that, I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2560, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions of Senator Sedgwick? Seeing none, you've made your motion. We'll hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. This roll call, we will take the following. This Conference Committee reports on Senate Bill 462, Senate Bill 84, Senate Bill 361, House Bill 2587, and House Bill 2560. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill 462, an act concerning public nuisance. Senate Bill 84, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 361, an act concerning education. House Bill 2587, an act concerning health and health care. House Bill 2560, an act concerning the disposition of state real property.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Bellinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Bag. Falscado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schellenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote?